open the meeting at 7 o'clock on the nose. Sarah, would you like to read the instructions?
Sure, I'll start with the roll call of council members. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Present.
Mayor Beer.
Here.
We have all council members present. I'll make a note about the meeting format for tonight. This meeting is being held by video conference with no physical location open to the public pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. This meeting may also be observed live on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/livestream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through participation by Zoom. For those wishing to comment, use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak on an agenda item or during oral communications when the mayor calls upon that item. For those participating by phone, use *9 to raise your hand to request to speak. The city clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time and allow you to unmute after calling you by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if dialing in. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and provided to council members. Email comments are not monitored live during the meeting. Those received by noon today were provided to council members before the meeting and posted to the city's website. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Thank you, Sarah. And I just have one note about the agenda tonight. The public hearing on redistricting, which is agenda item number 11, must be held at 7:30 p.m. or soon thereafter, following the completion of the pending business item, which is the consent calendar. And so we're going to have oral communications and council communications after the public hearing. So we're going to switch that around and take it from there, because last time we didn't have enough time for oral communication. So we want to make sure that we have enough time, and we have a really large agenda tonight. Okay, I'm going to read the land acknowledgement now. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. The salute to the flag will be led by Councilmember O'Neill.
I pledge allegiance to the flag and the, sorry about that. I pledge allegiance to the flag. I'm drawing a blank on it for some reason. I had pizza for dinner.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I've been saying that for 20 years. Why am I blowing it tonight?
It happens. It happens. Okay, so tonight we have a special presentation. We're going to have a proclamation for the Pacifica Sports Hall of Fame Week and the 2022 inductees. The city clerk will display the proclamation and the certificates on the screen. And I'm so happy to be able to read this, because the Sports Hall of Fame is super important to our community. So, proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of Sports Hall of Fame 2022 inductees. Whereas for over 60 years, Pacifica has produced many talented athletes in both amateur and professional sports. And whereas the Pacifica Sports Club has formulated a Sports Hall of Fame to honor local sports celebrities. And whereas the City of Pacifica recognizes the Sports Hall of Fame as a lasting tribute to the rich sports history of Pacifica. And whereas the City of Pacifica has dedicated a wall of fame to the enshrines at the Pacifica Community Center. Whereas this year marks the 31st anniversary of the Pacifica Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony that will be held on February 26, 2022. And whereas the 2022 Pacifica Sports Hall of Fame inductees are Bill Bender for collegiate baseball athlete, Rick Glosser, high school referee, John Philippanopoulos, believe me, I practiced that, championship high school football coach, and our very own Sue Vardalos, world champion weightlifter. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Pacifica hereby recognize the outstanding contributions these 4 Sports Hall of Fame inductees have made to sports recreation in the community, and join with the Pacifica Sports Club in honoring you on this special occasion. And thereby I proclaim the week of February 21st through February 26th, 2022 as Pacifica Sports Hall of Fame Week, done this 14th day of February 2022. Mary Beer Mayor. And yeah, yay. Now we have certificates. Sarah, are we going to be should I read them off? Yeah. All right. Here we go. So we have Bill Bender, Pacifica Sports Hall of Fame. Bill Bender. Bill Bender was a record holder baseball player at Santa Clara University. The Terra Nova graduate played 4 years for the Broncos. In his senior year of 1978, he set 2 Santa Clara all-time records for the most stolen bases in a single season and the most stolen bases in a career. As the team's starting center fielder, he was a key offensive player and among the team's top offensive producer in batting average, hits, and runs scored, while leading the team in stolen bases each year. After graduation, he played 1 year of semi-professional baseball in Alaska and Western Canada. Retiring from baseball, he turned to playing high-caliber competitive softball for the next 15 years. After closing out his athletic career, he began volunteering to coach youth baseball in San Mateo County. For the next 11 years, he coached at various levels, from little leaguers to 19-year-old American Legion players. Congratulations, Bill. We appreciate you. Next one up is Rick Glosser. Rick Glosser turned a fun-loving position of coaching junior high basketball players into having a 37-year high school basketball referee career. The Terra Nova graduate got his first taste of officiating basketball games while a student at St. Mary's College in 1984. That groundwork of coaching, officiating was set for him to be a high school referee when he graduated in 1986. He joined several Northern California baseball officials for 10 years as he officiated college games, but his passion was always high school basketball. He has officiated many state championship games at both the Northern California and state level. He reached the pinnacle of his career in 2007 when he was selected to work the California Division I state final. At one time, he was responsible for assignments to referees on the peninsula and San Francisco. And for the past 20 years, Rick has been the head of referees at the Olympic Club in San Francisco. Congratulations, Rick. Okay, we have John Philippopoulos, an Oceana High School graduate, has been teaching physical education and coaching football at Burlingame High School for 21 years. During his first year, he serves as the fresh soft head football coach. He is currently in his 20th year as the varsity football head coach. He has led the Panthers to an overall record of 142, 79, and 1, including a Central Coast section final appearance in 2002, the first in the history of the school. That team broke the school's record for the most wins in a season while winning the Peninsula Athletic League Championship. In 2004, he led the Panthers to an 11-2 overall record and their first ever CCS championship. The school won the second CCS title in 2018. Burlingame has qualified for the CCS competitions 18 of the last 21 years, including 12 consecutive appearances. Wow. Congratulations. And now we have our very own Sue Bartalos. Sue Bartalos started going to a gym in Pacifica in 2002 at the age of 48. 15 years later, she was a Hall of Fame weightlifter. Up on the wall, the Pacific Athletic Club was a board with weightlifters that could lift over 100 pounds. She wanted to be on that board. She hired the club trainer thinking he would work with her for weeks, but the training never ended. She is a 16-time world champion. She holds 7 world records in 3. She holds 7 world records in 3 different weight classes and 3 different age classes. She also holds several California state records. In 2017, she was inducted into the WABDL Hall of Fame. Her best meet record, which still stands, is a world record 254.6 pound bench press. Wow, congratulations, Sue. It's going to be really fun to be present that night. And I want to thank Horace Hinshaw and everybody else who worked so hard on the Pacifica Hall of Fame. Thank you so much, everybody. That was a lot of talking from me. Hold on. Okay. Next, we have the consent calendar. Okay. Do any council members wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? Seeing nothing, I'd like to open up public comment on items on the consent calendar.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have one hand raised.
Please state your name and the item for which you're commenting on.
Dan, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
My name is Dan Stejink. I'm a resident of Lindemar. I'm asking you to pull item number 4, continuation of proclamation of local emergency at the Anza pump station. In addition, I'd like to use this time to urge the city council to do a physical inventory of all contents of the Anza pump station. I have reason to believe that items paid for with federal and state emergency funds and allocated by the council were never installed. Please preserve all documents related to physical expenditures and allocations at the Anza pump station. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Madam Mayor, I just think we should make clear to the commenter that this is the opportunity to discuss anything that is related to the consent calendar.
Mayor Beard, there are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. We're going to close public comment. Do any council members have questions or comments on the consent items? Do we have a motion?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote.
And with a motion by Councilmember Beckmeyer and second by Councilmember O'Neill to approve the consent calendar, I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
And Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And consent calendar passes unanimously.
Okay. moving right along. Oh, Michelle, did you want to say something?
Yes, well, since it's 7:15 and our public hearing on the redistricting is not supposed to start till 7:30, council can move to oral comments at this point, and then we will conclude oral comments and then move directly into the public hearing on redistricting.
So I'd like to discuss that because last time we didn't give our community enough time. And so is there anything else we can do?
Could we just do council communications at this point?
Well, I guess my point is we can hear all of oral communications. We can, whatever item we have begun, we can conclude. So if you want to begin oral communications and conclude them, you can do that. Or if you want to begin and conclude council communications, you can do that. It's just that we cannot start the public hearing until 7:30.
Okay.
But it's okay to start the public hearing later than 7:30. You just can't start it before 7:30.
Okay, as long as we can conclude, then
Yes, we can conclude
So-
all oral communications.
we will begin oral communications. You know, we have a ton of things on our agenda tonight, so I'm going to call for 2-minute oral communications tonight. Is everybody okay with that? Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I see 3 hands raised at this time. Give Quick Coffee a second to pull up the timer. Thanks, Sarah. Our first speaker is Dan, followed by Suzanne Moore. Dan, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Can.
Excellent. My name is Dan Stedjink. I want to call your attention to 2 things. Number 1 is the last 30-day rolling COVID count in Pacifica, California. Over the last 32 days, 1,380 Pacificans have contracted COVID in the city of Pacifica. Over the entire course of the 3-year pandemic, 4,044 members of the public in Pacifica have contracted COVID. In the last 30 days, 34.12% of all the Pacifica cases have happened in the last 30 days. The second item I want to call your attention to is the October 2018 Planning Commission meeting discussing marijuana and marijuana forms. The Planning Commission passed specific details regarding animal shapes of gummy bears for marijuana consumables, flavored shapes and flavored gummy consumables of marijuana and other forms that appeal to children. Much of these decisions passed by the Planning Commission was subsequently overruled by the City Council. I see that 3 years later, it is on the agenda tonight to address regarding tobacco. I strongly suggest that you go back and apply all of the Planning Commission's October 2018 recommendations regarding marijuana that you are now passing tonight, also on tobacco, also to marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Suzanne Moore, followed by Christine Bowles. Suzanne, you may now unmute yourself.
Thanks, Josh. Suzanne Moore. We're looking toward a spring of transitions. The economic recovery in the pandemic has not been equitable. And now we are looking at what may be the state eviction moratorium ending March 31st. So what can we expect? First, we know that Pacifica still has many landlord and tenants waiting for state economic recovery ERAP funds. The dashboard on February the 8th said that of 413 applications received by the state, 193 Pacifica households have been served. That leaves 220 households still waiting for their checks. And secondly, we know Pacificans are still in need. The Resource Center has been busy. They continue to assist greater than 8 to 10% above their baseline pre-pandemic levels. We know that the number of workers have lost their jobs. We don't know how many have lost or reduced worked hours during the pandemic. We don't know how many families lost childcare during the pandemic and had to make some tough choices between work and caregiving. But we do know that households with lower incomes are disproportionately impacted. So here's what we can do. It's still possible to apply for those ERAP funds. So go to housing.ca.gov/COVID. And if you need help with that application, the Resource Center can be of help. If you have your ERAP application, already processed, you do have some protection from eviction as long as you pay your rent in April in full. If you're unable to pay April's rent, please contact the Resource Center. They are our local county agency. It's unclear if the eviction moratorium will be extended, but our County Board of Supervisors want to hear stories of folks. And so if you are having some struggles, please let our county board, and I'm sure our council would want to know as well. And if you need legal advice, contact San Mateo County Legal Aid. Let's check on each other and see if our neighbors need help. Times have been tough. Do what you can. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Suzanne. Our next speaker is Christine Bowles, followed by Sherry Chan. Christine, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor Beer, Council, and staff. It's in all of our interest to have a well-written, consistent general plan that guides the city in its growth and development decisions for the next 20 to 40 years, and that finally takes climate change and Pacifica's very real hazards of landslides, flooding, fire, and coastal erosion and sea level rise into account. As you know from the comment letters I've already sent you on the general plan, I'm investing a lot of time in my review of these documents. Given the number of errors and inconsistencies already identified, we all know that the documents will need to be revised. It's in all of our interest to have the issues identified now and fixed in one pass so that we can try to complete this update this year. I have several outstanding questions, some now 3 weeks old, that neither planning staff nor the city manager are answering. The lack of answers and the lack of timely compliance with public document requests is directly affecting my ability to review and give informed comments. I appreciate the timeline you're considering later tonight, but I also want to ask for more staff support so that basic questions that I and other members of the public ask can be answered now. For example, the entire EIR is based on the environmental impacts of the project, which has been defined as adding 990 new housing units. How is that number calculated? If that number is wrong and we could actually build, say, 1,900 new units, which I know we have to account for in the next few months with RENA, wouldn't that then double the potential environmental impacts? Would the EIR then already be obsolete in January for traffic, greenhouse gases, et cetera? There's so many good things in this general plan, like increased protections for our hillsides, open spaces, and beaches that define our town and bring in tourist revenue. I want this general plan adopted, but I also want to make sure that it uses correct data so we know and understand the environmental impacts, and so it is consistent and can protect the city from possible legal challenges. Please allow us to help you by providing the resources and the answers we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Our next speaker is Sherry Chan, followed by Paul. Sherry, you may now unmute yourself.
Hi there. This is Sherry Chan down in Southern Pacifica. Just wanted to wish you all a happy Valentine's Day. Especially my understanding is that Mary Beer has been pushing for this 15-day extension behind so that citizens can do our job and look out for the good
I think that's going to be on the agenda, and I don't think we're supposed to comment on that.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Well, the love still exists, and happy Valentine's Day nevertheless.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul, followed by Brooke. Paul, you may now unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks, Josh. Good evening, City Council and staff. During the last meeting, Councilmember Beckmeyer questioned the need for reach codes. I wanted to clarify what reach codes are and provide a statement on their purpose. It's important to realize that the state building codes represent just the minimum that is broadly acceptable. While California's codes are better than those of many states, we can actually do much better. Local governments can make amendments to the building code that reach beyond the basic requirements to address local issues and the city's climate goals. For example, elimination of the use of natural gas in homes has huge health benefits as well as environmental benefits in reducing methane emissions, which are 25 times more damaging than carbon dioxide. The most common pollutants in your home from gas stoves are nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and formaldehyde, which even in low concentrations can trigger breathing problems for people with asthma or other lung issues. In fact, Half Moon Bay is already leading the way. The council just voted this month that all new buildings must be all electric starting next January. According to the California Energy Commission, quote, historically, such local ordinances have served as a bellwether for state standards. They provide a place to test market readiness for new technologies and regulations, drive innovation of new technologies and efficiencies, and bring down the cost of efficient building technologies by creating an installed user base that encourages scale manufacturing, end quote. Peninsula Clean Energy even has a set of model REACH codes which would be easy to review and adopt. They offer technical assistance and $10,000 and a $10,000 incentive to cities that bring REACH codes to council review. Pacificans who love the environment and want to protect it as well as their community's health will support this. I appreciate Councilmember Big Six's leadership on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And our final speaker is Brooke. Brooke, you may now mute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. My name is Brooke Leonardi, and I'm a longtime resident of Pacifica. I would like to urge City Council to extend the comment period for the general plan.
I'm
This
sorry,
is a complex.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. That's an agenda item tonight, so you can comment.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Brooke. Mayor Bear, there are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, then I will close public oral communications. And then we're just going to sit here for 4 minutes and wait. Because we can't start, right? We can't start until 7:30. So let's take a little break and come back at 7:30. I'm just waiting for Councilmember Beckmeyer. There she is. Okay.
Couldn't find my video button. Sorry, I've been here.
Okay. We're going to have a public hearing right now. Item number 11 on redistricting. Public hearing number 2 to receive input regarding proposed draft district map, composition of council district boundaries, and communities of interest. And Sarah's going to introduce Robert McIntyre from National Demographics Corp and provide a presentation. Hi, Robert.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the public. This item is for the second public hearing in the redistricting process for the city of Pacifica. We held the first public hearing on January 10th, 2022 to receive input on neighborhoods and communities of interest to consider prior to considering draft maps for the redistricting process. And tonight's public hearing is for consideration of the first hearing to consider draft maps in the redistricting process. And those draft maps under consideration tonight were attached to the agenda packet. One is the existing map 505B, which is the existing district map that is in place now and was adopted in December of 2018 when the city transitioned from at-large to district-based elections. The city also received a draft map from a member of the public, and that is attached as map 506. And I have Robert McIntyre from National Demographics Corporation, or NDC, who's the demographer that the city has engaged in the redistricting process to assist us with analyzing draft maps. And he will continue the presentation to guide us through our second public hearing in the process. I'll bring the slides up right now.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Madam Mayor, council members, community, it's a pleasure to be here with you again this evening. I think you'll find that this second engagement is very similar to the first engagement, and that we're still working with you and your community to make sure that we're building that vocabulary. We're speaking the same language, although now we can officially have our conversation in context of the two existing maps. And so when we hear from the community members who decide to share with us tonight, hopefully they'll do so in context, either the existing map 505 or the community member submitted map 506. And it's not always about what we like about a map, even what we dislike about maps or what we'd like to see change in very small parts of town can be a very relevant part of the conversation. When we're doing so, we want to make sure we use the right context and the right vocabulary. So that's part of what we're going to do in the first part of this presentation tonight, your second public hearing. Next slide, please. So part of what we talked about at the last meeting is the fact that the state took a long time to get us the data that we needed to go through this process, and the fact that the city has been right on the front edge of contracting and starting and being ready to move along in this process. As you recall, we had the first public hearing January 10th, and we asked that anybody who was going to submit maps in advance of tonight's meeting did so by February 4th. We didn't get any maps by that deadline, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about map 506. It's a very relevant map for discussion purposes. And my office will have it finished processing in the next week or so, and we'll get it back to your staff to post on the website. That'll include all the demographic information. In the meantime, I've evaluated the map for population balance, and it's perfectly valid map to discuss. Next slide, please. As we look forward in this process, so the goal of tonight is really to once again frame our conversation around communities of interest and neighborhoods within the context of the two existing maps that we have to use as reference points. Hopefully, I doubt there'll be more maps unless the council directs me to create a new map at this point. The goal at the third public hearing is to hear that final input from your community members around communities of interest in neighborhoods. If there are any minor revisions that the council would like to see on maps. If not, then we're hoping that they would narrow down to one map and of course, introduce the ordinance on February 28th after the third public hearing. Then you'd hold a fourth public hearing on March 14th before adopting the ordinance, and that would meet your public hearing requirements for redistricting. Next slide, please. Some of the things that we've talked about thus far is really building that vocabulary about what makes a map a legal map. And so we have here both the federal and state laws that we have to keep in mind. The first of which being equal population. We need to draw council districts of roughly equal population. And we'll talk about that in context of the map shortly. We also want to make sure that we don't racially gerrymander, meaning we're not either packing or cracking groups of historically marginalized voters in a way that either puts them together in one group so it limits their effectiveness to elect a person of their choosing for council member, or spreads them out so much that the protected class voters have no chance of electing a person of their choosing if they had the statistical numbers to do so. Secondarily, we have California law, which says that when we're drawing council districts, we want to make sure they're geographically contiguous. We want to make sure that no council district is broken into two pieces or bisected by another council district. We also want to do the best we can while keeping in mind that we have that population balancing requirement to keep our neighborhoods and communities of interest whole, as we said, to the best we can while population balancing. We also want to try to use easily identifiable boundaries. Think of those major roadway arteries, freeways, rivers, railroad tracks, things that people could point to and say that's an obvious boundary for a jurisdiction. Then, of course, we want to keep our council districts compact. The most compact shape would be a circle. Obviously, we can't draw circles within the unique shape of a city's jurisdiction. But what we're looking for is that we're not drawing these weird fingers that go past one group of voters to grab another group of voters. So we're keeping those compact jurisdictions. Now, under the Fair Maps Act, that also says that we cannot favor or discriminate against a political party or candidate. And so we're not, at National Demographics, we're not pulling any of the voter data when we're drawing our maps, so they'll be drawn blind to that. Now, there is traditional districting principles that can also be applied. And when National Demographics draws maps, we definitely do try to observe those. One of them is we try to respect the will of the voters in the last election. So the voters put the electeds in office, and they should decide whether you stay in office or have to leave office rather than the demographer's pen. And in this case, since we have a map in place that actually already does that, this criteria would be met. Another criteria that we can look at, but to a very limited extent, is future population growth. In order to do that, if we know we have a major housing development coming online, we could slightly underpopulate that council district, but we have to do so within that equal population criteria. And as we talked about last time, the difference between the highest overpopulated district to the lowest underpopulated district, when I add the absolute values of those two differences together, it cannot exceed 10% of the size of one council district. So roughly 1,700 in this case. Next slide, please. So to make sure that we're using the same vocabulary when we talk about neighborhoods, we really want to hear, when you think about your neighborhoods, what are those dividing lines or major arteries or rivers, or how do you define your neighborhoods? Some people define their neighborhoods around schools or parks, other around landmarks. And any of those are okay, but we want to hear specific streets or landmarks or borders that we would use when drawing those. Next slide, please. We also want to talk about communities of interest, and communities of interest are really unique because it's a very broad topic and category. Very often it's built around a shared issue or characteristic. I think last time I talked about how I used to drive across this railroad track to and from work every day, and how I and the people who got stuck behind those railroad gates every day for about 15 minutes were our own unique community of interest. In this case, it may be something different within your community, but it can be self-defined. What communities of interest cannot be they can't include or have relationships with the political parties, political candidates, or incumbents. So you can consider things like socioeconomic, shared social values, things like that, but not just political. Next slide, please. So this is the map that was adopted, as you heard, in December of 2018. And there was a vigorous process that the adoption of this map went through. A lot of conversation around different governance criteria and what was important to stakeholders then. And as we look forward to choosing and memorializing a final map this time, I hope there'll be some conversation by the council around some of those governance decisions that they're weighing as they consider the map that they choose. But here is map 505B, the current map in place. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we typically do is when the city has been through the districting process recently, is we apply the same district but look at the most current census numbers. And so here we have the census numbers from the 2020 census using the existing map adopted in 2018. Interestingly, we'll see on the top right corner, the total population for the city is 38,674 people. That's people of all age, all citizenship status that were counted by the census people. When we see that if you divide that number by 5, that you would expect the average jurisdiction to have 7,735 people. Well, this is somewhat unique. We see the population deviation from those means to be very, very small. And so the population deviation for this map is 1.87, a very small population deviation number. Other things we look at are to what extent historically marginalized voters can elect a person of their choosing based on where they reside in the community. Can we draw majority or plurality districts for those historically marginalized voters? And so, for example, in District 1, looking at the citizen voting age population, we see that Asian American Pacific Islanders represent 47% citizen voting age population in District 1. That's a pretty good sized number, and it stands to reason that it wouldn't take much of a coalition with any of the other groups, ethnic groups, for Asian American Pacific Islanders to elect a person of their choosing in District 1. So that would be an example where the numbers exist, and what the California voting rights law is all about providing that opportunity for self-determination when it's statistically possible. And so District 1 is the standout district in that regard in the existing map, and it was back in 2018 as well. Next slide, please. I don't know if we have the ability to pull up map 506. I did take, while we haven't put map 506 through the entire process, I did take a look at it. I did recalculate each of the population numbers and found that the number stated in District 3 was understated by 905, which matches with the council district and the bottom right tail of District 3. And so when I added that in, it did, total up to the total population of the city. And what I found is that the map 506 does have a population deviation of 2%, which is a very low population deviation. Looking at some of the comments by the author, this map, if I were drawing it, I would call it a pancake map. And because it looks like layers of a pancake the way it's drawn, at least to me. And so some of the criteria that the map author mentioned on the first page is the goal in drawing it was to make sure that each council member had an interest in the coast. So this is an east-west, and the author wanted to make sure that each of the members had an interest in the coast. And this was specifically framed in the context of climate discussions. So very, valid policy discussion to be had there and using this method to draw maps. Also, the idea that on the east side of most of the council districts in this map would include the hillside of Pacifica. And so once again, there was a belief that there was a rationale for that to be an important stakeholder input. And so while I don't want to be the only person that speaks for map 506, hopefully the author will also avail us to their rationale in the process. And once I finish doing the demographic analysis, I'll be able to tell you if the map as drawn also creates a majority or near majority Asian American population district as published. But unfortunately, we just didn't have enough time between the submission and this meeting to wrap that up. So it'll definitely be part of the discussion in the next meeting, and will be published long before that. So with that, I'm available to answer questions before or after the public hearing.
Anybody have questions? Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I just wanted to clarify what I thought I heard, and I'm not sure I was right. Did you say that District 3 population was understated by something on the order of 900?
That's correct. It appears as though the person, when they were adding up the population units on the map, just left out one of the little sections right on the corner of District 3 of 905, and so that meant the total population numbers that they had accounted for didn't account for everything. So I was able to track it down. It's in District 3, and so District 3 would be the largest district at 8,183 total population. So that would be the highest overpopulated district in that case. And once again, the total map has a total population deviation of only 2%. So very, very slight, marginally more than the existing map, and both well within that 10% limit. So I wouldn't necessarily use population deviation as a criteria to choose one over the other. It's really, how does one meet or not meet some governance considerations that you might have locally?
So I understand that the corrected population factor for or amount for District 3 then should have been 8,183. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you please state for me, since I don't have a copy of that map, what all the population amounts are for each of the districts?
Absolutely. So as drawn by the public submitter, District 1 had a population of 7,996. Council District 2 had a population of 7,456. District 3, 8,183. District 4, 7,411. District 5, 7,628.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Vadalas.
If other people wanted to draw additional maps, is this the final time that they could have drawn additional maps, or can other maps be submitted before our next meeting?
Gosh, it sure wouldn't give us much time to process additional maps at this point. If we were going to get them, we would need them in the next 3 or 4 days in order to get them processed and published, because they need to be published at least 7 days for the council to be able to adopt an ordinance with a map that they choose, if it wasn't one of the 2 already published.
Okay, and what you're doing is you're going to draw lines, because it's really difficult for me to see this map without street names on it. So you will be doing one similar to our other existing colorful map. Is that correct?
Correct. I'll be putting this in the GIS software, and so it'll look exactly like the map you have now, just moving the lines to match what the author did here. And you'll have all the same demographic data as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember O'Neill.
If we were to choose a different map or move boundaries, would that be affecting this November's council election, or would it be the next election in 2 years?
The very next election in place would use the new map.
Which means this November?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, because I know, we got moved congressional and state assembly seats. And I just wanted to be sure that they would follow the same pattern. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I also had the question about, is there still time for someone to submit a map? So maybe we should be super clear about that.
It would make sense to set a deadline of the 18th at 5 p.m. to the city clerk in order to give us time to process it for the third public hearing, because the goal is that council would deliberate after the next public hearing, whittle it down to 1, and introduce the ordinance.
Should go to public comment if there's any other questions.
We have one hand raised by Peter Loeb. Peter, you may now unmute yourself. Peter Loeb, if you're trying to speak, can you try unmuting yourself again? Peter, I'm afraid we can't hear you.
Does it look like he's trying to unmute? Josh, I can't see it.
No.
Peter, if you're out there, we'll wait a couple seconds more. If Well, since he had his hand up and maybe there's some technical difficulties, and he still wants to speak, perhaps we can come back to him. Oh, there he is. Are you there, Peter? Darn, we still
Maybe give him the phone instructions again so that maybe he can call in.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yay.
Yes.
I think it had to do with my Bluetooth connection. I'm sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've looked at. I think there's some serious flaws in the citizen submitted map, and I think they're serious enough so that you shouldn't waste any time processing it any further. I'll be as brief as I can. As I read the map, which it's difficult to, because we don't have street names as you've already discussed, but it looks like it puts the neighborhood of West Rockaway in District 5 and separates it from East Rockaway, which is a community of interest. It also separates West Rockaway by putting it in District 5 from the Quarry and Morey Point, which are in District 4. And District 4 is, let's see, Valimar and East Rockaway in the back of the valley, which is not a community of interest, but it separates Valimar and West Rockaway from West Rockaway and from Sharp Park, which is much more the community of interest. Rockaway and Valimar and Sharp Park. And I could go on. I think if you actually had street names, you could see this much more clearly. And I may be, because it's so grossly outlined, I may be reading the map wrong. I don't know, but it looks to me like it's breaking up some natural communities of interest in Pacifica, and therefore it's I don't like it. Thank you for your time. That's all.
Thank you, Peter. Our next speaker is Cliff Lawrence, followed by Margaret. Cliff, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Clifford Lawrence. I just wanted to voice support for what Peter Loeb just expressed to you. This additional drawing doesn't add that much benefit for us, and maybe we lose something where our existing boundaries are, and giving potential expense of that I would ask the council to favor the existing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cliff. And our final speaker is Margaret. Margaret, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, Council. I'm concerned because the hand-drawn map from the anonymous artist has separated all the coastal communities. The majority of the voters in each area are up in the hills, far away from the coast, have often very little interest and coastal issues. I think it's much more effective to allow someone to represent coastal issues for all the coastal communities as a group, rather than splitting them up into little tiny sections that will be subsumed into the further east residences. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. And I do not see any more hands raised, Mayor Beer.
Thanks, Josh. Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back for deliberation and direction.
We're not taking a vote tonight because this is just a public hearing. Are we actually just giving direction now, or what's the goal for staff from council?
That's correct. It's providing direction for next steps towards selecting a map for the introduction of an ordinance. So taking in the draft map that was submitted and the the existing map 505B under consideration, and providing council's direction towards making selections of a map.
And yes, thank you, Madam City Clerk. That is correct. In general, the council is going to be giving direction to the demographer, to Mr. McIntyre, to bring back the maps that you want to consider and possibly adopt. That is the direction that the demographer needs. And maybe Mr. McIntyre, maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on specifically what you need. But generally, what the city clerk and I have just indicated is just general direction.
Thank you, Madam City.
To what maps you want to consider for the next hearing, which is when you will hopefully be picking a map.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I make my comments, Mr. McIntyre, did you want to elaborate on what City Clerk and City Attorney said?
So at this point, the council has two maps before you for the purposes of discussion and potentially to move forward with. I wouldn't necessarily advise at this point to disqualify any maps, but if there was a consensus around drawing a new map or making some sort of variation off one of those two maps that the council might find more perfect from a policy perspective, then now would be the time for that kind of guidance.
So I want to start by thanking the maker of map 506. I think that we on council are very used to hearing public feedback, but I would hope that anybody who is engaging in the process would not be discouraged by hearing the discussion as it goes on. And that being said, I would favor honoring the maker of the map by seeing what the demographics look like that are resultant from that map. I think at the end of the day, I'm probably likely to agree with some of the community's points and probably bring a couple others to the table that would bear on 505B being the one that I am likely to favor. But since I don't have that demographic information in front of me, since I can't see exactly where the streets are, and so frankly, some of the comments, I'm not 100% sure if they were accurate because I just have difficulty reading the map as it is without the streets on them. I'd like to honor that map maker and take a full look at what that map is before summarily dismissing it. I'd like to see what it is first.
Councilmember Beckmeyer or Councilmember Valles, did you want to speak? Because you're on mute. I mean, you took yourself off mute, so.
It was an accident. Okay. But I'll speak since I took myself off mute. I would also like to see that map because, like I said, I can't really read it without the street names. I'll know exactly when the street names are on the map and I can see it in a more clear fashion. So I definitely don't think we should discount it. I agree with Tiger. This person went to a lot of effort to make this map and had reasoning. We had a lot of reasons why we drew our initial map too. We drew many. But I think it should be considered. Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thanks, Mr. McIntyre, for indulging my questions. Sometimes I feel like I ask the same thing over and over, and sometimes when it's stated a different way, I go, oh, aha, now I get it. So I think I'm going to ask the same question I asked last time we met, and that is how census tracts bear on map drawing for purposes of districting. It looked like I could see it clearly in the hand-drawn map that doesn't, or the hand annotated map that doesn't show streets. I could see where the census tracts, I think that's what that was, or were they voting districts? I'm not really even sure.
So you bring up a great question. In creating user-friendly maps for non-professional demographers, what we do is cluster voting blocks and census tracts together into larger units. And so, for example, when National Demographics worked with you to modify and come to a conclusion with map 505B, we were very much looking down at the census block level, and there may even been a couple census blocks that we broke. And we tried to avoid breaking census blocks where possible. But occasionally it becomes a necessity for various reasons, but it's a very, very infrequent thing. So what you're seeing here is we created these clusters for kind of ease of map drawing. It's not a perfect method, but it's one that we find the best when we're dealing with people who don't do this work professionally. And that's not meant to dumb it down at all. In fact, it's just the task can be so monumentally overwhelming for people new to the task. But once people do get a little experience on those GIS softwares, then they tend to draw dozens of maps because it's become so much easier once you know what you're doing in that regard. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, so if I understood you, you cluster together voting precincts and census blocks into larger areas, clusters, if you will.
Yes.
That is what we saw with those little dotted lines. But those are created by your firm.
Correct.
Okay, so they're not a universal, there's a codex that they can be looked up that all demographers use.
Correct. And so when I process map 506, you'll be able to see at the census block level and at the street address level, you'll be able to zoom in and out on the interactive viewer for both maps. And so I think the ability to have a truly fair analysis will exist not only for the council, but for the public in the next meeting. We just didn't have enough time between meetings.
And we'll have the same for 505?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Hi, thank you. I agree. I think, being somebody, citizen asked to see this, I think we should flesh it out and stuff. But I would like to maybe flesh it out as is, but then there's a couple changes I would like, because I'm specifically talking about down in the right-hand corner where it says 905. That's somebody back in Park Pacifica, and they're in the same grouping as, the District 3, which is up by, I think that's Fairway, isn't it? Well, up there by Rockaway or West Manor or whatever. I think I don't like the little things, tags 905 and the one up at the top. I can't quite make out the number, 1316, I think, are like islands of a neighborhood in another district. Do you follow what I mean?
So if I might ask for clarity, the 905 you're suggesting we move from the draw a third map, moving the 905 that's currently in the bottom of District 3 into District 4, and the 1316 in the top west part of District 3, move it into District 2?
Yeah, because it just seemed you'd have...
That would be moving 2,200 people out of that district. That might create an imbalanced map. So if I could only do one of them, and keep a legally compliant map, which would you select? Just in case I find myself there.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's the population you're looking at. I'm just concerned about, one guy in a block in a street, across the street's a different district than the other one. You know what I mean? And you have probably 1 and 2, the issues in that neighborhood would probably be fairly similar, but the issues down at number 905, their issues in 905 would be different than the rest of number 3. So probably keep 13, 16, if that's what the number is, as is, if you could only do 1.
Okay.
Did I make it?
Yeah, that's clear to me. Actually, we're yes. So if we can move the cursor down to the 905, right, a little bit further down and to the left. Right there. There's 905.
Right.
There's the 905. So we're talking about moving that from District 3 into District 4, and that would maintain the population balance of the 2 districts, or it would be very, very close. So I'll check on that. Because that would bring District 4 up to 8,800. So that's going to be real close to hitting the top end of what we can do. So I'll see if that meets the population balancing requirements in that regard. This is actually, that's the exact voter area that was left out of the population count in this map.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yes, which is why we upgraded why we restated the population for District 3 at 8183 when we added this in. If so, then this brings it back to, is there a consensus of the council to have a third map moving this one area?
Councilmember Beckmeyer, did you want to say something before we answer that question, or? No?
I don't think so. I just am trying to put all this together with all these papers in front of me. Go ahead.
Councilmember Vados.
Then, like the idea of West Rockaway with Rockaway and those changes, it's really difficult, like I said, to see it. And so if we make a third map, can we change that? Because there may be things once we see this in a different format that would be good to change.
I think we need to have Mr. McIntyre respond to that question. And Mr. McIntyre, can you keep in mind timing? And please talk about the reality. I mean, one of the questions was Mr. McIntyre did not have time to process this map appropriately. And that's the reason you have so many questions. But I think, we'll let Mr. McIntyre respond to that question in terms of timing. But I do want to help the council understand that you're not making a decision on the map tonight. You're just deciding what direction you want to give the demographer in terms of what I anticipate will be the final maps that you're going to be considering at the next hearing. So what we need in order to bring back more than just these 2 maps that have been submitted at this point is a consensus from a majority of you that you would like the demographer to tweak the public map slightly to create a third map that will reflect the comments that Councilmember O'Neill made. So after we hear from Mr. McIntyre, just keep in mind that that's the direction that we need to know. We've got 2 maps right now that we'll be bringing back. We've gotten some direction from one council member with regard to additional input that he has for a new map. Is there any other input from other council members that would agree with Councilmember O'Neill or that would like to have different direction for another map? Maybe not this third map, but maybe another 4th map. But we need that. That's the kind of direction we're looking for. But in terms of timing, Mr. McIntyre, if you can respond to that.
we do have to, thank you, Madam City Attorney. We do need to complete this process before the middle of April. So anything that we do that pushes out the council's ability to introduce an ordinance and adopt an ordinance pushes us up against that deadline. And that's why I think city staff was very cautious and careful and trying to get as far in front of this from a date perspective as possible. And so we definitely don't want to throw the gates wide open more than we need to effectuate this process. I wish that we had more time to follow a more exploratory path. I think it feels more satisfying when all voices are thoroughly vetted. But in this regard, if it's a curiosity, I would say probably don't pursue additional maps. But if there's truly a policy discussion driving a variance on one of the two maps, then that tends to be a little more worthwhile because it's driven by policy conversations. And as I said before, when it comes to communities and neighborhoods of interest, we do the best we can to keep them together, but the population balancing is always going to cause us to break up several throughout the city, just how much and where.
So I think I just want to say something really quick because I haven't said anything yet. I really need this map fleshed out before I can say anything. And I know that for me, I don't like to see any of these neighborhoods split. And so that's really bothering me because I feel like I can see that, but I don't know for sure. So I would like to see, obviously, that map come back. And the 905 really does seem like out of place. So I think I agree with Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Big.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd be happy to go with Mary and Mike in seeing that third map. My question for Mr. McIntyre is simply, would that third map push us past the February 28th? Like how much work on your end does it take to do another map? Your point is well taken that a curiosity in and of itself doesn't warrant a map, but when doing one, what does that look like on your end?
Processing this existing map and then making the other one with that minor change is not overly laborious from a GIS perspective at all. My comment was more if the requested change wasn't backed by some sort of policy criteria that you would use to substantiate the choice of that map eventually. Given the limited amount of time, I would want to make sure we're anchoring the pursuit of any changes around policy that would be used in justification of supporting the selection of a map.
I certainly heard what sounded like a community of interest idea put forth by Councilmember O'Neill, and so for that reason, I'd favor the third map as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, your hand is still up. So did you want to say something?
I keep forgetting. I'm trying to be really good about raising my hand and then I forget to lower it. But thank you. I did have something else I wanted to say.
Okay.
Is it off now? Okay, good. Okay, so in general, I try very hard to be respectful of former councils that did work because I wasn't sitting in the chairs and I didn't have the issues before me. So if I recall, I remember hearing, sitting in the audience, a policy discussion about including a portion of the coast in each of the districts. And I defer to the council. I suppose I should defer to Councilmember Big Stick because, of course, he's been at every council meeting for the last at least 6 or more years. But I would defer to the council members that were on council at the time that this was done. If you recall, or if staff can recall and enlighten us about that piece, because we certainly heard public comment that said the opposite of that effectively. And then I want to go back to Councilmember O'Neill's comments, and I do it, with a nervous stomach, Mr. McIntyre, because I think it really opens Pandora's box. But I have to agree that I have a really hard time with the line being right down the middle of the street. And we certainly saw that in the last election as people became aware of where the lines were, they were like, what do you mean I can't? You know, that my neighbor across the street, if there's not, this person's not on my ballot. And it was like, that's where the lines are drawn. So to the degree that we can tweak that without throwing it off the entire process, I think this affords us a chance to do that. And perhaps you could speak to the issue of how the first lines were drawn. And the need when you first do this, if I recall, when you first go from a general election situation to districts, one of the factors that has to be taken into account, if I remember correctly, is where are the current council members living? That's actually not on your list, your bullet slide that you had for us earlier, because we're not in that situation right now. But we were in that situation when this whole thing began. So I question, and not to question the former council, but to raise the question of, might there have been decisions made that were somewhat forced by the fact that, yeah, but this is where a certain council member lives. And we may not have that constraint, and perhaps there's an opportunity to fix a few of those that we might know of and take care of that in this process. That's my long-winded comment. Aren't you sorry you asked?
Yeah, I promise if you're asking, there's 10 people at home or that will watch the video later with the same question. So I'll try to answer both of them as succinctly as I can. The consideration of incumbents is the traditional criteria. When I show the slide at federal, state, and traditional criterion, consideration of incumbents is on the traditional criteria. So it's not federal or state law. It's where that's that comment I made where we try to respect the will of the voters in the last election. So if the voters put you in office, they should decide if you stay or go rather than the demographer's pen. Sometimes that's impossible to do depending on where incumbents live when we're drawing maps. So let's say for a council member buys a house in a different part of town, and then we have no choice because of population balancing to move some lines, and that pushes two of you into the same council district. Occasionally, that's unavoidable. That usually becomes it's far more prevalent when we make the first move from at-large elections to by-district elections. Because obviously once we go to by-district elections, we're electing people in a council district. So geographically, they've already been identified. So then we only find people out of their district when they live right on the edge and we have to realign for population balancing after the census. So those are the times typically where we find council members getting put together. There's no prohibition against it. Just when for national demographics, am drawing maps, I do my best to avoid it. Because as I said, the voters chose to put you in office. They should choose whether you stay or go. And so to the extent that I can draw you a legally compliant map and keep the council members separated, I do. Occasionally it's not possible. And of course, there are people who want to use the process for other political reasons. For example, to intentionally put as many council members in one district as they can. We've worked in jurisdictions where that was the case as well. Now, regarding your question about the line down the middle of the street, unfortunately, back a long, long time ago, it used to be that the line for breaking up census blocks went down the back of property lines, but that changed a couple decades ago, actually, and moved the census blocks to the middle of the street. And so there is no way necessarily to avoid throughout the city where we draw the lines break between council districts to force the lines to the back of the property. So that was old law, and it did used to be that way. It's just not that way anymore. And I understand it's unsatisfying that I could live on and typically it's on a major thoroughfare, usually not in the middle of a cul-de-sac or anything, occasionally, but rarely. But it's usually on fairly major streets where we see one side and the other having different council representatives. I know it's very unsatisfying. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Robert. Councilmember O'Neill.
I just kind of wanted, since Stu Vatterloss and I were the two that were here when this first started, we had rather unusual circumstances because I was going to be termed out the election following the decision of districts was not going to be a district election. It was still a general election. So Sue Degree was turned out because of term limits. Then I'm going to be turned out this year. So the people in the number and Deirdre would have been the only one in District 4 because I was going to be termed out. So that wasn't really a factor. You are correct in that it was brought up about having every district have a piece of the ocean beach on there. However, given the propensity of the population back in Park Pacifica in the rear of Lindemar, that just couldn't be accommodated. But they still do have a stake in beach management and water and sea rise management because that's how the only way for them to get to their house. So that was where we came up with District 4 being landlocked. Okay, so I think it's a good goal for everybody to have a piece of the beach. However, practicality given the population demographics, I don't know, but the 905 thing I brought up, it's just kind of like this little, appendage off 3 that it's an intrusion into 4 almost. And I just think it'd be best to avoid that. While if you go look up at the number 1 and number 2 appendage, they're virtually going to probably have the same issues, but 905 would have different issues than Valamar and Rockaway. So that's my thoughts.
Seems that we have a consensus. Yeah. Did you get the direction that you needed, Mr. McIntyre?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead.
Quickly, Sue, the issue with streets and dividing one side of the street from another is going to continue to happen because those are census tract divisions. So we will still have that same issue that we had in the other map.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much. We'll see you again, Mr. McIntyre. Till next time. Okay. We're going to move on to item number 12, which is a resolution to update the park development impact fee and ordinance establishing updated impact fees and Quimby Act dedication requirements and in lieu fees. And we have Mr. Sam Bautista with us tonight, Deputy Director of Public Works.
Let's see here. Ms. City Clerk, could you please put the presentation up, please?
Oh, and I'm sorry, Carlos, I did not announce you.
No problem.
So
Happy to be here.
welcome.
Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Sam Bautista, your Public Works Deputy Director. And tonight we have Carlos Villarreal from Wildan as the project manager for this update. And he will also be presenting and answering any questions you have regarding the fees. The public hearing item before you is the consideration to adopt a resolution to update the park development impact fee within the city of Pacifica and move to introduce by title only and waive first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica, repealing Chapter 19 of the Pacifica Municipal Code and replacing it with Chapter 19 Park Facilities Impact Fee, and repealing Section 10-1.803, Parkland Dedication of the Pacifica Municipal Code, and replacing it with the same section to establish updated impact fees and Quimby Act dedication requirements and in lieu fees imposed on new development in the city of Pacifica, and finding the ordinance exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act. So next slide, please. So what is the impact fee program? Well, the program ensures that new development pays the capital costs associated with growth. It applies to incremental growth associated with additions and new single-family homes. The proposed fee update would also apply to other types of new development, including multifamily housing and subdivisions. So the original program was adopted in 2012, and the park impact fees generate an average of a little bit more than $150,000 per year, which is not sufficient to maintain the city's existing level of service for park facilities and serve future growth. So local governments can impose two types of development impact fees for funding parks and recreational facilities, namely the Quimby Act fee and the Park Impact fee. The program is designed to ensure that new development subject to the city's Quimby program pays their fair share of the cost of the land acquisition for parks and their fair share of cost of development for new parks, trails, and open space. Next slide, please. So the Quimby Act fee was authorized since 1975, and it authorizes to pass ordinances requiring that developers set aside land, donate conservation easements, or pay fees for park improvements. Revenues generated through the Quimby Act cannot be used for the operation and maintenance of park facilities. The Act gives authority for passage of land dedication ordinance to only cities and counties, and it applies to residential subdivision developments. The fee must be paid and land conveyed directly to the local public agencies that provide park and recreation services community-wide. And the fee is also based on the cost of land in the community and the city's current park standard, which exceeds five park acres per 1,000 residents standard.
Before you move on, Mike, did you have a question?
I can wait till the end.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So the park impact fee is, so an impact fee is a fee that is imposed on a new or proposed development project to pay for all or a portion of the cost of providing public services to the new development. Impact fees are a charge on new development to help fund and pay for the construction or needed expansion of off-site capital improvements. So projects subject to this fee include new single-family homes and addition, which are two of the most common development types in Pacifica. A park impact fee is based on maintaining the current level of park service for a community and cost of land and anticipated population growth. Next slide, please. So there are technically three park-related fees. The first one would be the Quimby Act fee in lieu of land dedication, and this is payable by residential development occurring in subdivisions. The next one is the Mitigation Fee Act fee for land acquisition, which is payable by residential developments not occurring in the subdivision. And the third one is the Mitigation Fee Act fee for parkland improvements, which is payable by all residential developments. So the development project pays either the Quimby Act fee in lieu of land dedication or the Mitigation Fee Act fee for land acquisition, but not both. The Quimby and Mitigation Fee Act land-related fees are the exact same amount, and everyone pays the Mitigation Fee Act improvements fee. Therefore, the total fee is the same for everyone. Those subject to Quimby can dedicate the land instead of paying the fee, in which case they would be still responsible for the Mitigation Fee Act improvement fee. Next slide, please. So these fees can be used to fund portions of the construction. And in this case, the example that we used these fees was we used them for a portion of the community center park and the Fairmount Park, in which the footprint of the play structures were increased in both parks. The plan is to use park facility fee revenue to purchase parkland or construct improvements to add to the system of park and recreation facilities that serve new development. These fees would also provide facilities and intensify usage of existing facilities needed to serve new development. And fee revenue collected under the Quimby Act can be used to rehabilitate park facilities in addition to acquiring new parkland. Next slide, please. So during the update, it is good practice to analyze and periodically update impact fees. So these fees are calculated on the cost of parkland and cost of park improvements. So when we originally adopted these fees in March 2012, parkland costs and per acre was $150,000, and park improvement costs were $411,000 an acre. In December of 2021, the parkland cost has gone up by 10 times, which it's estimated at $1,545,000 per acre, and the park improvement cost is now $1,350,000 per acre. So the calculation below shows how the Quimby fees and impact fees and improvement impact fees are calculated. It's the for land parkland cost. It's the cost of the parkland per acre multiplied by acres per 1,000 residents, and as earlier stated, that standard is 5 acres per 1,000 residents. So you multiply the parkland investment per acre and you multiply it by 5 because that is our standard, and that comes out to be $7.725 million, and then you divide it per capita, which is dividing it by 1,000. So for the land portion, it's 7,725, and same goes with the improvement impact fee. It's the cost of the improvement multiplied by 5 and divided by 1,000. So it comes out to be $6,750 for the improvements. So next slide, please. So Carlos Villarreal will go ahead and explain the next 3 slides to the council. So
great. Thanks, Sam. I'll take it over from here and hand it back after I go through these next few slides. So Sam walked you through the way we get to the cost to serve one resident, right? We know the cost to acquire and improve an acre of parkland. We know your standard, so 5 acres per 1,000 residents. We multiply the two together and then divide by 1,000. That gives us the cost to serve one person at your existing standard, to acquire land and to improve that parkland. But the impact fee is charged to new development. So we need to translate the cost to serve one resident into the cost per dwelling unit. And the way we do that is with occupancy density assumptions. We have data from the American Housing Survey and the American Community Survey that allow us to estimate the average number of residents in the different dwelling units in Pacifica by the number of bedrooms. So that density column there corresponds with the average number of residents per bedroom, and we can multiply that density by the cost per capita, which gives us the base fee. So for example, a studio unit, which would be represented by 0 bedrooms, on average, we estimate 1.39 residents per studio unit. We multiply that by the combined cost per capita of $14,475 per resident, which has a land component and a park improvement component. And that gives us a fee of $20,120 per studio unit. We also include a 2% administrative charge, and then we sum those two together, which gives us the total fee per dwelling unit of $20,522. We can do that same exercise for each additional bedroom. So we know how many people, or we can estimate how many people live in the various housing dwelling units by bedroom size. And so that gives us the total fee per dwelling unit. This also allows you to calculate a fee per additional bedroom. So if you had a studio unit and you added a bedroom, then you would be charged that incremental fee per bedroom to add that additional unit. So the $3,544, that's what someone would pay to add one bedroom to their studio unit and on down the list. Next slide, please. So this table here just again summarizes the math that I went through from the prior slide and compares it to your current impact fee schedule. So the second column over shows your current impact fees. The next column over shows the maximum justified impact fees. I should note that all of the fees that we're presenting today, this is the maximum justified amount. For policy reasons, the city council could, of course, elect to adopt a lower fee, but you can't adopt anything higher than this. And then finally, that fourth column over shows that incremental fee for adding an additional bedroom to an existing dwelling unit. Next slide, please. So to give you some context in how the maximum justified fees compare to some other neighboring jurisdictions in the area, we did a little impact fee survey. I should note that the staff report, we got some requests after the staff report was published to add additional cities. So we have 3 additional cities compared to what was shown in the staff report. So just wanted to make that clear to the audience tonight. So the chart on the left shows a visualization of the various fees per single family unit. In this chart, we used a 4-bedroom single family unit to sort of represent what that unit might charge. Obviously, if you had fewer bedrooms, the fee in Pacifica would be lower or higher. It varies by bedrooms, but for the purpose of this example, we just assumed 4 bedrooms per unit. As you can see there, the existing fee would have been the lowest fee out of all the jurisdictions surveyed, and the maximum justified fee falls somewhere in the middle of the jurisdiction surveyed. As you can see, Sunnyvale is by far the highest fee, but there are several other comparable cities that were included in the comparison here. And just some notes on why the fees might differ. So different cities have different levels of service. So the city of Pacifica has, as Sam mentioned several times, has a pretty great parkland standard of 5 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. So different cities might have lower standards, in which case they would charge lower fees. Also, the cost assumptions, we're using the latest cost assumptions in this analysis. And to the extent that a jurisdiction hasn't updated their fees recently, perhaps that would contribute to a lower maximum justified fee amount, or if they've done them recently, they might be on the higher end of things. And finally, of course, it's a policy decision to implement these fees. So to the extent that some cities may have implemented less of the maximum justified, that could explain why their fees would be lower than in other cities. Of course, I haven't looked through each individual city's nexus study, so I can't say for certain, but those would be the main reasons why there would be different levels of fees implemented in different cities. Next slide, please. Oh, and I think I'll hand it back to Sam to finish up the presentation now. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos. So as earlier stated, the Pacifica Municipal Code Section 10-1-803 contains outdated provisions regarding the city's park facilities impact fee and Quimby Act dedication requirements and inland fees. So staff is bringing an ordinance which is attached as attachment C to the staff report to amend the city's existing code provisions and bring them into compliance with new state laws. And in the future, the city council would be able to update the fees or change the amounts of the fees via resolution without needing to adopt another ordinance. And next slide, please. So in conclusion, staff recommends adopting the resolution to update the park development impact fee within the city of Pacifica, adding the fee to the master fee schedule for fiscal year 2021-22, include a construction cost escalation factor and adjust it automatically on an annual basis, and then also move to introduce by title only and waive first reading of an ordinance repealing Chapter 19 of the Pacifica Municipal Code and replacing it with Chapter 19, repealing Section 10-1.803 of the Pacifica Municipal Code and replacing it with the same section to establish updated impact fees and Quimby Act dedication requirements and in lieu fees imposed on new development in the city of Pacifica, and finding the ordinance exempt under California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. And next slide. And that concludes my presentation, and Carlos and I are available to answer any of your questions.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, a question. So you did have one slide that said mostly single family and stuff, but if somebody wanted to build a 10-unit apartment building, would they be paying for 10 bedrooms then? So it is subject to multi-unit housing, correct? This fee?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, now, okay, and so this, my rough calculation, if I understood your slide correctly in your calculations, for the school district property in the back, that would be over $1 million in fees. Did I calculate that out correctly? For their last number I heard was 70 units. There's probably a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units, but let's just say every one of them has a bedroom. That would be over $1 million, almost $1.5 million in fees. Did I understand you correctly?
Let's see here.
Madam Clerk, is there a way to put that slide back up that Councilmember O'Neill is referring to?
It was one before, I think. Yeah.
So if there were 71 bedroom units at $24,066 per unit, the total fee revenue would be $16.8 million roughly.
$16 million?
I'm sorry. Whoa. What? 1,684,000.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I figured. I didn't think math. I know I can't say the Pledge of Allegiance, but I didn't think it was that bad. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. So I'm concerned specifically about that project because I know the school district's been working on this for quite a few years, and you had mentioned something about dedication of land. And my understanding is the latest plans, and it has been consistently, the fields at Odstad soccer would still be there, correct? Well, you don't know that, we're not on the school board, but those fees were there. I personally kind of think there needs to be some sort of consideration that they are leaving soccer fields, which is parkland recreation for the kids, as an offset to a fee like that. And I don't know, is this bordering
Yeah,
the deliberation?
I think so. But here comes Tina.
All of a sudden the planners are popping up in squares. Okay.
I was just going to, my name is Tina Wehrmeister, Assistant City Manager and Planning Director. I was just going to mention that the council, should adopt an appropriate fee, to mitigate for park impacts from development, whatever, that fee you all feel is appropriate. And to Councilmember O'Neill's point, there, on a case-by-case basis is not something that we would decide now. There would be some consideration if there is some land dedication or, use allowed, public use allowed there. But I think this would be something that would be determined during the project review.
Okay. So what you're saying, I just want to be sure I'm clear, because for the school district and the way they're financing this, the way they're building this is going to be a hell of a fee for them. Okay. And I don't want the city to be the people that are killing 70 affordable units.
Yeah. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Wermeister, Planning Director and Assistant City Manager, actually said what I was going to say, but let me elaborate just a little bit more. It's important to remember that this exercise that you're undertaking right now is for the entire city. And so any changes that you were to make, we're not, as Ms. Wermeister made clear, this is not the appropriate time to talk about specific projects or specific fees for particular areas. What this is about is determining what are, based on the study that was done by our consultants, what is the impact fees for the universal development that they are anticipating will occur in the city of Pacifica. So the discussion about particular projects is not necessarily appropriate here if you're talking about trying to amend a facilities fee for a particular project. This is not the appropriate place to do that. If you want to talk about amending the fees in general for every then that's the appropriate discussion to have now, but it's not to talk about this fee is okay for this project, but not okay for that project, because this study was done for a general understanding of what the city should be charging to its community for development that is anticipated.
So a discussion on whether or not we wanted to have lower or mitigation fees.
Or waiver. What we're talking about is waivers. This is not the appropriate time to talk about that.
What about in general for affordable housing projects?
Well, in general, I mean, that's a question for the consultants in terms of when is that discussion an appropriate discussion to have in this process. So I would defer to the consultant on that question.
Mr. Villarreal?
Sure. Yeah. So, different jurisdictions deal with affordable housing in different ways. It is a policy discussion that is sort of outside of the technical analysis. And certainly I have some clients who have decided to waive fees completely for affordable housing projects, given the housing affordability crisis. And as a policy decision, the city wants to encourage that type of development. So they would waive those fees. So that's certainly an option that the council has at their disposal.
Okay. I'll yield to another council member while I ferment on that.
Council Member Bottalas.
Questions. How does this apply to existing applications that are already in the city? Also to accessory dwelling units?
So I'll start, and certainly folks on the city can chime in. With regards to existing applications, the fees would go into effect 60 days after they would be adopted. And I will defer to the city attorney and their interpretation of where in the pipeline an application needs to be, whether to implement the new fees. With regards to accessory dwelling units, I don't recall if the city has a policy already. The state law does dictate how fees for ADUs are calculated in general. Impact fees for accessory dwelling units are prohibited for dwelling units less than 750 square feet by the state. And then for dwelling units above 750 square feet, the state requires that they be charged proportional to the size of the unit. So you would calculate the fees for a single family dwelling unit And then the fees for the accessory dwelling unit will be based on the relative amount of square feet. So if the single family dwelling unit was twice the size as the ADU fee would be half of what the impact fee would be for a single family dwelling unit of that size.
Any other questions? Shall we go on to public comment? Go ahead, Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Well, I didn't know if the planning director wanted to respond to that last question about vested rights, essentially, or I can answer it. But
So you may need to correct me, Madam City Attorney, but I think it would depend on the project. If there's a vesting tentative map in, that would freeze all new fees that would be approved. And some of the housing laws in terms of like an SB 330 application, that may also have an impact, although those are very new to me, newish. And so I may not have that exactly down right. I can say that for our ADU law or regulations, it is consistent with state law that over 750 square feet, if the council decides that a proportional fee is appropriate, it can be charged.
And I would just concur with that. I would just add that in terms of an application simply being submitted, that is not enough to warrant essentially being tied to old fees. They have to actually accrue a vested right in some fashion. And there are different ways to get vested rights, but the most common is for them to file a vested tentative map application. That's one way. Another way is for them to have spent, a significant amount of money in processing their application. Generally, if we're talking about, adopting it within 60 days of the council's action, the implications of projects are not, the implication of applying the fees to projects is not a big concern, because really there are not a lot of projects that will be coming in the pipeline that quickly that will not be subject to the new fees. It really is just those existing projects that have vested rights. And I don't know, and I don't think the assistant city manager knows exactly what those projects are, but that's how it would work.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
My questions are along the same lines as Councilmember O'Neill's. And my specific question, and with regard to affordable housing, and how do we, or where do we, is it in our ordinance, which I read as attachment C on packet page 213? Is it in there that we have a section that speaks to separate arrangements for specific kinds of projects? Not a specific project, but a clause that is used to address projects such as affordable housing.
I think that's a question for the consultant, Mr. Villarreal.
Yeah, I think and I'll certainly defer to the city's legal counsel, but the ordinance would be the place to put in any policy considerations with regards to exemptions or discounts for affordable housing. That's how I've seen it typically done.
Okay. Oh, and I have another question, but you know what? I think I'll wait until after public comment.
Mayor Pro Tem, you had your hand up. Put it down. Are you sure?
Well, essentially, did Councilmember Vadalas have something further? Okay. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Beckmeyer. Councilmember Beckmeyer essentially asked my question. I'm interested in what it's going to look like to put that into the ordinance, but I have a feeling I'm kind of starting to tread on deliberation questioning at that point. So I'll wait till the other side.
All right, let's open up public comment then.
Mayor Beer, I'm seeing one hand raised by Christine Bowles. Christine, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council and staff. First, I just want to thank Public Works for doing this work. It's pretty shocking how low our current fees are now, and that they haven't been looked at since 2012. And I think that's true of other development fees too, that we could be earning a lot more revenue for. So thank you for doing that work. And I agree that there should be some general exceptions or reductions for types of projects. And just want to make it clear that when we say affordable housing, there's a big range in there too. You know, a lot of what we're building now, where projects require a certain number of units, it's really just below market rate, which isn't necessarily that low. And we need to build more units for very low and low and middle income people too. And so it might actually be a tiered structure where you know, developers are really providing housing for our neediest citizens. You know, they would have a lower scale. So I'd really encourage you to make sure something like that is included in this, because these fees are enormous. I'm just thinking of our own family having built a house just a few years ago. And I think our fees were $20,000 for park fees, which were a lot for us for a single house at the time. You know, obviously would be a lot more in this new version, but it's a good idea with the cost of property and having gone up so much. It's really time for the city to relook at our fees in comparison with other cities around. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And I have another hand raised from Cindy Abbott. Cindy, you may now unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening. This is Cindy Abbott. And I wanted to also say thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's an important topic, and it's great to have this be reviewed and an appropriate number determined for the fees. I was looking, though, at the overlying concept, though, that this was only a charge relevant to residences. And looking at our list of park and recreation facilities, over 13% of the current acreage that's shown on table 3 is in areas like our beach and trailhead parking. And, you know, as a visitor serving area, while that may just be 13% of the total, the use is way more for those areas. And a goal of the city that's talked about frequently is bringing in even more visitors through building a commercial base. So I don't know if that would be potentially an additional tier, but I do think that to only talk about the impact of residential growth is something maybe to consider, and what is an option for maybe spreading or bringing in additional monies by understanding the visitor impact to those really popular beach and trail areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Madam Mayor, I'm seeing no more hands raised at this time.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll close public comment and come back for deliberation direction. So I have to say that all the numbers were like really shockingly big to me, because I'm just not used to seeing this, right? Like I don't own a property. I've never built a home. I don't know what that means, but I've been learning about it. And so I am concerned about too many development fees, considering that, you know, we need people to come in. We need developers to come in, right? Because we have arena numbers. I'm really concerned about the affordable housing, and I actually am curious about what our caller, what Cindy Abbott just talked about the commercial fees, and if that's possible. Carlos, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so typically park impact fees aren't charged to commercial development because the nexus, the relationship between that development and the use of parks is not as well established as it is between residential units. That isn't to say that we couldn't calculate a fee for non-residential uses if the council desires. When we discussed it with planning staff and public works staff when we were putting the study together, we felt that the contribution from businesses for demand for parks was fairly low, close to de minimis, so we didn't pursue that further. But if the council wishes, and I see Christian popped up, he can discuss this as well. This is certainly something we could dig into.
Thank you, Carlos, and good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. I'm Christian Murdoch, the Deputy Director of Planning. Certainly we did, as Mr. Villarreal mentioned, consider the expansion of this fee to cover commercial development. Not only is commercial development a relatively small proportion of development in land area in Pacifica, the planning department staff has also done prior work assessing the potential for various development impact fees on commercial development. And unfortunately, due to the weak commercial development environment in Pacifica, the numbers just don't add up when you look at the ability for commercial development, the rents that they're able to charge, and so on, to support significant additional development impact fees. And so while we could explore it, it has the potential to chill further commercial development in town and make it financially
Very much. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you. So thank you for those comments, Mr. Murdoch. And the one type of commercial development I was thinking about that is certainly of interest in a visitor serving economy is a hotel. And it seems like hotel residents, if you will, visitors, may have more of an impact in terms of parks and use of parks along the lines of what Cindy Abbott was saying about using beaches and that kind of thing. So I don't know if in your analysis that was particularly carved out separately, but it would be something I'd be interested in knowing.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. I don't recall at the moment the development prototypes that we used, but it was, a handful of likely types of commercial development on the smaller scale, as you can imagine, more typical of what we've actually seen come in recent years. We have not seen, medium to large size hotels pursuing their applications in town as some other communities have. So, using different prototypes with different economic assumptions could yield different economic ability for the development to cover those types of fees, but it would be a separate endeavor. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be part of this particular fee adoption. It could come as a subsequent update as well if the council wanted to move forward with this fee.
Okay, thank you for that. So there was that question. And then my earlier question had to do with the table. And I always refer to packet pages. So in my case, I'm on the packet page 153 in staff report that shows the amount for different amounts of bedrooms, what the remodel and add-on fee per bedroom would be. So when I look at that table, I see, a relatively straight line. I mean, it is a little jiggy-jaggy, but when I look at the difference between 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms, and then I correspondingly look at the difference between 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms, I'm just not sure I'm reading this chart correctly. Can you explain it to me a little bit about how a 2-bedroom remodel addition is $12,000, but a 3 is $7,000?
Yeah, absolutely. So the fee schedule is driven by the number of people per dwelling unit. And actually, if you could go back a slide, I believe the prior slide, there we go.
Yeah, we didn't have that, I don't think, in our packet. So yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so that table 8 on this prior slide, it is in the impact fee study, which is in the packet, but it's not separated as its own table. But it's the density, the number of people per dwelling unit, which drives the fee. And the difference between the density from one dwelling unit to the next drives the incremental fee. So when we look at the average number of people per dwelling unit, when you go from let's see here, from 1 to 2, it's a much bigger jump than 0 to 1. And that's what's driving the difference in the fee per dwelling unit. And I realize that 12,698 sticks out for going from 1 to 2 bedrooms. The reality is when we look at the numbers, the 2-bedroom units house the most number of people per bedroom compared to the other types of units based on the data. And that's really what's driving the differences between the fee schedule here.
Okay. Thank you for that. Then I would add just a comment that I have an interest in figuring out where we put in our ordinance and sending back to staff some kind of way of putting something in our ordinance around affordable housing, whether it be tiered, whether it be related to the ABAG below market, far below market, those ratings. I don't know, but that would be what I would like to see. Thank you.
Mike?
I have a question in regards to the use of these funds. Okay, you had on there, for purchasing new parkland, which I don't see us really doing in the future because there's not a lot of land available to purchase, and also using this for capital, replacing the play structures and maybe putting in a field. So are these funds restricted to, in essence, capital, or can they cannot, if I remember, did you say you cannot use it for operating funds in terms of paying for the guy to mow the lawn, pay for the water to water the lawn, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so there's let me just run through it. Since there are 3 fees, one fee is the Quimby fee for in lieu of land dedication, which is charged to subdivisions. That fee can be used to acquire parkland, and it can also be used to rehabilitate parkland, but it cannot be used for ongoing maintenance or services. The other 2 fees, one would be a mitigation fee act fee for park acquisition. That can be used to acquire parkland to serve new development. And that one can also not be used for maintenance or operations. The third fee, which would be payable by everyone, is the fee for park improvements. And that is, again, charged to everyone, cannot be used for maintenance and operations, and can be used to fund the expansion or the intensification of use of park facilities, either on new land that's been acquired or on existing land that's been in the city's inventory. But again, you're expanding the capacity to serve new developments, so adding amenities, enhancing its carrying capacity.
Okay, so would a developer, let's say you have somebody buys an old school site, wants to buy 50 houses, okay, and we require them to dedicate a certain portion of the land in the school site to be a tot lot or a park. That would be included as part of their mitigation fee, correct?
Yeah, conceivably they would get a credit against the land component, again, depending on how much they dedicate relative to what their requirement is, but conceivably they could get a credit against the land component and only have to pay the improvement portion. Or if they dedicate and improve, again, I don't know the details of the situation, but if they dedicate and improve the parkland, perhaps they could get a credit against the entirety of the fee, but that would be obviously up to the details.
Okay, so I would be pretty safe in saying that this could be used for the expansion and improvement of parks, but not for the ongoing maintenance of water, cutting grass, replacing plants that die or whatever, correct?
Correct.
See, so getting to the previous comments about charging for businesses, I agree with the concept. However, if you have a hotel, this would be a fee that people would not want to see in the hotel. However, we would more than make up for it because of the transit occupancy tax, which would fund the ongoing operations to maintain the parks that the visitors in the hotel would be seeing. So I would be reluctant to look at these type of fees for hotels, because yes, it is visitor serving, but they're paying a transit occupancy tax that would fund the ongoing maintenance of those parks and stuff. And the 5 acres that's not including state, county, or federal parks in Pacifica, correct? That's only city-owned parks?
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to echo Councilmember Beckmeyer's comments about affordable housing discounts and exemptions, and the idea of figuring out the best approach in terms of tiered models.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, into affordable housing, I think, since I brought it up, I agree with what everybody said, that I think we need to do something about these fees for affordable housing. But I think we have to look at the subsets too. Is the fee going to be the same for senior housing, which aren't really going to, okay, or is it going to be only on family units? Okay, does it include the inclusionary that's required by our zone for it's a for-profit developer, that 15% is being held back because of our inclusionary ordinance? So I think I would like to turn this back to staff and maybe someone can answer this question. Can we have the first reading so we start the clock ticking on this thing? But staff comes back with suggestions for putting in an affordable housing component for the second reading. I don't know if that's legal.
No, we cannot.
Why did I know you were going to say no, Michelle?
Sorry.
I don't know. That's my thoughts. I fully support some sort of mitigation for affordable housing, but I do kind of want to start this so that if any of these developers do put in an application, we kind of have the clock ticking.
I feel very strongly about the tiered approach for affordable housing. So I would really like to see what that'll look like and have a larger conversation around that the next time that we talk about this. And then, so it seems like we're like smack dab in the middle, right, of all these different cities, right? And so are we able to like talk about like making it lower or making it higher, or?
So the fees that are identified in the study are the maximum justified. So you wouldn't be able to charge higher than what the report says, but you, as a policy decision, you could always adopt something less. So if you want to implement 50% or whatever the percentage would be, that's up to the council's discretion.
Okay, thanks. Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just wanted to, if we go back and we work on the affordable housing, the topic of ADUs also came up. So I wanted to seek clarification from council if that should be looked at as well.
That's what I was going to ask to have included, but it then gets into another branch, and it may not. It's hard to address because is it an ADU policy or is it a park policy related to ADUs? We know ADUs are not all used for housing. So in terms of tiering, is there a way, and this might be a Christian and Tina question, a way of tiering around the intended use, or in some way, I mean, I realize we can't control that, but perhaps there's a way that we can require a certain amount of time that the unit be used for housing or something like that. Because here's my point, and this is what I was speaking with the city manager about this earlier. I wouldn't be opposed to having a lower fee if the ADU is being used for housing. And we've always, I mean, I still hold the principle that ADUs are naturally affordable because they're smaller. Maybe that's faulty, but that's been my thinking, versus someone who's running an Airbnb. And so that is why the dilemma of, is it an ADU question or is it a park policy question?
And I think that's an excellent question. And I think the consultant, Mr. Villarreal, needs to answer that question on how has he approached this issue in other communities. Because it's a good question, and we're relying on you to give us some guidance on how to address it.
Absolutely.
Before you answer that,
Sure.
could I just ask a clarifying thing? I think Councilmember Beckmeyer, you were talking about an ADU being used as affordable housing, right? Not just housing, because I believe in, Christian can correct me, but our ordinances don't allow ADUs to be used for short-term rentals.
That's exactly right, City Manager Woodhouse. And that's the point I wanted to clarify, that our current ADU zoning regulations require that ADUs be used for rentals of 30 days or longer, which would prohibit short-term rentals under the city's municipal code.
So then, yes, City Manager, it would be affordable.
Carlos, did you want to add anything to that?
Just one comment is I have seen some jurisdictions waive impact fees altogether for ADUs regardless of size, and that's their policy decision. So that is something else that you could consider. But with regards to the Airbnb, it doesn't seem to be relevant here since you don't allow Airbnbs in ADUs. But I haven't seen any impact fee program make a distinction between short-term and long-term rentals in terms of implementing impact fees. So that would be unusual for impact fee programs in California.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Villarreal, did you say earlier that an ADU under 750 square feet would be exempt from a fee?
Yes, based on the state law.
So, Councilmember Vaterlaus, you'd probably have a better capacity to visualize what sizes look like than I would off the top of my head. How much bigger than 750 do ADUs get? Or would it be, are 750 a regular size? Hi, Christian.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd say in most cases, you're going to see a maximum ADU size of 1,200 square feet. That's the maximum floor area that a detached ADU can be. And that's likely based on the ADU applications I've reviewed, where the larger of the ADUs are being constructed. It is possible under our zoning that an attached ADU could be larger than 1,200 square feet, but that would require the primary residence to be more than 2,400 square feet, which is relatively large for Pacifica. Those homes are out there, but we don't see many of them given the typical housing stock.
So within the context of the fee structure we're discussing, can you remind me or help me, what would vis-a-vis this fee structure be the fee schedule for ADUs?
So you would first calculate the fee based off of what the associated primary unit is. So let's say it's a 3-bedroom Lindemar Rancher. That fee would be, whatever stated in the report or whatever's adopted by council. Then you would have to divide the number of square feet for the primary unit and multiply that by the size of the ADU so that the fee is proportionate by square footage in relationship to the primary unit. So it requires a conversion in a sense of the bedroom fee that we would be asking you to adopt into a per square foot fee, but that's a conversion that the state law requires us to do.
So as I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with this, I kind of need to know what those numbers look like, because it might be that it's a small enough fee that it doesn't bother me, but since I don't have that table in front of me, I really have no idea. And it might be that it's high enough that I would want to ask for a smaller fee for ADUs. But again, I kind of need that information to be able to compare.
Sure, and I will just add, I don't have the data, but I'll say anecdotally from my observations, very few ADUs are over that 750 square foot threshold to begin with. And so we could explore that, but I think you're affecting a relatively small subset of ADUs as compared to those that I've seen coming through for building permits.
That alone is very helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Vottovos.
I just wanted to, for reference, Tiger, a 3-bedroom, 1-bath Lindemar Rancher is 1,040 square feet. And a 2-car garage is 440. That's an average number, just for help there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Since we're having something brought back and we're not going to be able to take action on this tonight, could I ask also, this is kind of a detail, but in light of the mayor's comments about where we fall relative to other cities, if it's not too much trouble, could we please know what their standards are? Such as we know Pacifica is 5 acres. And I think I read in the staff report in excess of 5 acres somewhere. For example, what is it in Belmont? What is it in Millbrae? Those are areas that I think relatively mirror in terms of the residential portions, Pacifica. So I'd like to know that, if possible.
Yeah, I'll see what I can dig up. We have to find the nexus studies, and they aren't always published, but we can make some phone calls. And
if it's possible, I mean,
if it's possible.
Even a ballpark would be helpful.
Sure.
Can we also see like what 75% of that total fee would look like chart that out so I can see, maybe if we could go lower? I had Sue Vottovos.
I agree with the mayor here because these fees took a huge jump. They seem almost exorbitant. This is 2 fees added on to sewer fees and this fee and that fee and the impact for this. And it just makes it so that people won't build. And we've got to meet our numbers, at least closer to our numbers than 64 or, and if we make the fees so high that people aren't going to build at all. And our goal is to have more housing. That's the goal of the whole state. So I just see that they just seem very high to me.
I agree with that. So maybe we can even see what 50% looks like. Councilmember O'Neill?
I think we also need to kind of be respectful of the new realities, that there's a lot of generational here in Pacifica. I mean, in 2008, when the kids were losing their houses because of foreclosure and the financial crisis and stuff, they moved back in with mom and dad, and they brought their kid in. So you had 3-generation households that maybe were adding a bedroom. And I think we need to look at the new realities that a lot of parents still have their adult children living at home. And maybe they no longer, a one bath house for 5 or 6 adults doesn't really work too good, So I do think we need to be kind of respectful. I mean, I agree the fees should be higher, but I definitely want to look at some mitigation for affordable housing. But I think we do have to be mindful, as Mary said, of the generational lifestyle there is now in the Bay Area.
Okay. Do you have enough direction?
Yes, so we'll be looking at the, the affordable housing reduction tiers and look at ADU options in terms of lowering those fees, and also taking into consideration what the standards are for other cities, as well as looking at what the different tiers, 75% reduction, 50% reduction, and we have direction.
Sam, just a curiosity, are these fees that could be used for the bike park?
They can be used for trails. So, but bike park, if it's expansion of the park, the facilities in the park, then yes, it could be part of it could be used in that respect.
Okay, thank you.
You just triggered a thing with me in it. I just have to ask Sam, when you referred to trails, so many of the properties in within our city jurisdiction and we heard a recommendation from OSPAC for trail maintenance, but the trail they're referring to, if I'm not mistaken, we don't own the land. It's not part of the city. It's part of GGNRA. So it's a legal question probably, but if there were to be a partnership between the city, would we be able to use it for trail maintenance? I know that's getting a little esoteric, but hey, as long as we're looking at all this stuff and knowing the percentages of our land mass that is dedicated to permanent open space that isn't owned by the city of Pacifica, I think it's a valid question.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, you might be referring to the trails out of the Gene Fassler parking lot, the Ani Trail, I think it's now named, correct? And that is city land.
I don't know if it was strictly that one. I felt like OSPAC's thing went broader than that, but yes, that's one of the areas.
The one observation I'll make, but the council doesn't need to discuss or decide this tonight. You can do it when we bring this back, that while the fees seem high or might strike you as high, they're a reflection of the cost, the increase. I mean, to do a simple trail rehabilitation project like that can be several hundred thousands of dollars, if not more, depending on the length. So the cost of land, the cost of doing the improvements to the land, the cost of playground equipment, are all costs that are very high, that have increased. And what developers sell houses for is way more than they used to be. You know, $2 million for a house, et cetera. So I just want to keep perspective on what seems like a high cost may not be in the context of those expenses. If we're going to be able to have revenue enhancements to afford up, you know, these types of capital projects, and we can talk more about that later on the agenda as part of the Vision 2025 and beyond discussion.
Okay, well, thank you, Sam and Carlos, for being with us tonight. Appreciate it. So do we take a break before? Okay, let's take a break. Take a 5-minute break. It's 9:27, so we'll be back at 9:30 to 3. everybody. Let's move on to council communications. Who's up? Sue Bartolus.
I'll be shorter than usual. I went to the Council of Cities in San Mateo. We did do that. It's a Zoom meeting, and our next meeting in Millbrae will be in person, and I look forward to meeting everybody back in person. We had staff appreciation, and I just want to say that we are all so thankful for everything the staff does. They work harder than any people I've ever seen. They get sometimes no respect from the public, which is really unfortunate. And I would like to ask the public to be more respectful of our staff, because they're really important to us and we don't want to lose any of them. So please, be respectful. I attended the Fairmont homeowners, the Fairmont subdivision meeting, and mainly we talk about local issues that are affecting Fairmont, streets, etc. I attended the COVID Recovery Coordination Council, and there are new grants coming up for small business. So go to SAMCETA if you're interested in any small business grants. They've really helped people out during this crisis. We talk about childcare, also childcare, food issues, housing issues, and on. I attended the Luna ribbon cutting on Palmetto. It was one of the largest ribbon cuttings I've ever been to. There were probably 40 or 50 people there. It was really nice to see so many people come out to celebrate. And it's actually 2 small businesses on Palmetto. So it's really a great, and it was a great family event. And that's going to be it for me.
Thank you, Sue Bartolus. Who would like to go next? Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, let's see. We had our council meeting and we did have our staff appreciation day. I had the police department. I went over to Guerrero's and I got lunch I had to get something that would work for 24-hour shift, because some of them, there's no place for the midnight shift to go eat at in Pacifica, except maybe the 7-Eleven, and even those hot dogs would get old real quick if it was, every night. So I did that. I also want to echo Sue's comments regarding staff. I think some of the letters and emails the public is sending regarding our draft EIR are totally inappropriate. It shows, I think, a lack of professionalism or common respect from some of our citizens to our staff. And I think a lot of it needs to be, beating people up all the time does not make them receptive to hearing what you're saying. They are doing note, they are taking credit for it, and they are keeping track of all the comments, but I think they could be delivered in a more personal, professional manner, with some respect for the intelligence and the professionalism of our staff and the education. So I wanted to make that comment. We did vote we had a special meeting of the airport roundtable, and the night hush flight plan was passed unanimously, despite the objections of several people from San Francisco. Then we also added an amendment that they are going to look at the feasibility of extending the night hush to later in the starting a little earlier and ending later in the morning. I'm still like 5 or 6, something like that in the morning. So we'll see how that works out, but it is going to take them a while to do it. We're still trying to get the FAA. Maybe Kevin can give an update on that, but I know there's pushback from the FAA about coming to a public meeting and talking to the public. Okay. I also had the liberty of the last month, the Economic Development Committee, the San Mateo, John Hutar, who's the executive director of the San Mateo County Convention and Visitors Bureau, came and spoke to the Economic Development Committee about the services they offer and how we might be able to leverage them to try to increase visitors here to Pacifica. And they had said that one of the problems they have is that there's not a lot of tour places for groups to meet in Pacifica. And one of the hotels actually doesn't even have a conference room. So I put together a meeting. I put together a tour of different facilities in Pacifica that I have gone to for group conferences. And I gave a tour. Eula was there. There must have been 9, 10 people total. Daisy Fong from our Economic Development Committee was there. And we toured the gym at IBL, the multi-purpose room at IBL, the Little Brown Church. We went to the archery range because I figured corporate events sometimes want team building. And they didn't even know that that place existed. They were very impressed with the restaurant at Sharp Park Golf Course. We went there for conference meeting. After that, we went down to Terra Nova High School's theater, which they were really impressed with. And the taxpayers of Pacifica should be very proud that is probably one of the most professional high school theater in the entire Bay Area. And the sound system, the lighting system, the stage area that they could do and stuff was really quite impressive. Excuse me. We then went to Pedro Valley Park, and I showed them some of the group picnic areas there for group picnic team building. We did a drive-by Sea Bowl, and because they have that private room in Pacifica Brewery. And then we went to the Sanchez Arts Center, and we went to the Sanchez Adobe to look there at the interpretation center for the Ohlone. And then we went to the Pedro Point Firehouse. And this is more for city staff and the council, but I have gotten a commitment from the Ohlone Cafe that they will cater the Council of Cities event for the city of Pacifica. So when we host the different city councils in Pacifica from the peninsula this August, we will be eating Ohlone Indian food, Native American food. So that's all I have to read. There was a library JPA meeting there also. And we voted on a lot of stuff for that too. So enough of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Go ahead, Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Well, I must say 2 things about our staff. They're amazing, and they are so professional and so respectful. So while we're encouraging the community to be professional and respectful, I'm amazed at how, with such an even temper and so thorough our staff is in responding to inquiries from the public, and I commend them. And I had such a great time with staff appreciation. I was working with Public Works and engineering, and it was great. Very fun. I think we should do it all the time. I wanted to report out on my 2 liaison commitments, the Beautification Advisory Committee and the Economic Development Committee. With beautification, the work is continuing on the bioswale on Crespi. I've personally been involved in that quite a bit. It's very important to get the plant started, give them a good start. And with the heat that we had last week, that was super dramatic. So lots of watering needs to occur, but there's help and there's partnership with Cabrillo School community, and it's been great. So that's very exciting. There is an upcoming work day scheduled for the Beautification Advisory. Beautification Advisory Committee is planning a work day in March, I think. I'm looking for the exact date, and I'll give you that as soon as I can. That will be for the Palmetto bump outs. So that's coming up, and all the groups that have adopted are being approached by Beautification Advisory Committee volunteers about, are they renewing? And if they're not, relinquishing the space, because there is a waiting list of people who want to take those on. So that's very exciting. We have from Economic Development, I just want to say it's so refreshing to see it fully, I keep wanting to say staffed, but that's not the right word, fully volunteered there to have all of the seats filled. And Councilmember O'Neill, your work continues to bear fruit. One of the subcommittees is working on reaching out to Half Moon Bay. I think it was Chrislyn, I think is her name, and I can't recall, that you had brought in. They're going to be reaching out to her, talking about strategies and social media and contacts and such. So a lot of the things that you'd brought forward, including work with some of the business support agencies, is continuing. And the new people are picking it up. Even though they weren't there when those presentations were made, they're working in their subcommittees with people who were, and so the work continues. And I really want to thank you for your leadership on that. We had the mayor at the meeting for the first time. It was, I thought, a great meeting. It's very exciting to see all that happening. So looking forward to Pacifica Sports Hall of Fame dinner coming up in the near term. And I will be reporting out on Resource Management and Climate Protection Committee meeting coming up, as well as Coastal Cities Group meeting coming up before our next council meeting. And I just wanted to clarify one thing. One of the callers earlier in the meeting made a statement that I wasn't sure what a reach code was. And I wanted to clarify my comments. I immediately flipped to the minutes to remember what exactly it was that I said, because I'm very clear on what reach codes are. And so what I referred to is I was asking Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick for clarification, because he had mentioned either that night or in a previous meeting an item from Peninsula Clean Energy about refreshing our reach codes. I didn't know what that meant. Not what our reach codes. I understand what reach codes are. What I wanted to get some detail on is, in what way are we looking to refresh them? Along the same lines as the caller was referring to. Electrification. There are certainly interest in energy being put forward in that regard. In many communities, and Pacifica was a leader in passing reach codes. So I just want to make it clear that this isn't like a new thing to us. It's more, how do we make it work best for our community? That's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was going to discuss it further on in my notes, but since you bring it up, I did meet with PCE staff this past week to discuss reach codes, and the part that was missing in my brain is apparently there's two different ways to approach reach codes, but one of them is essentially to refresh them every 3 years or so. So a lot of communities, I think all of us are going through the refresher. Some of them are passing them as municipal code, meaning that they won't necessarily need to refresh them every 3 years. And that'll be a decision we make in a few months when we really discuss REACH codes as a body. But one approach is just to refresh them every 3 years. And the conversation I had with staff on my end, like when we refresh them, a lot of it will be essentially what we already have, especially pertaining to new construction. But I was particularly interested in the conversation we will likely have around burnout codes, replacing gas appliances with electric appliances when we discuss it. Specifically, Half Moon Bay had a, shall we say, very robust discussion when it came time for them to discuss burnout codes. And I'm trying to anticipate. I personally favor having a discussion rather than an argument when items are brought to council. I think it's far more productive. And so I'm trying to wrap my head around what burnout codes would mean for us and what would make for a discussion that would actually bear fruit. So likely we'll have a presentation probably somewhere between June and August, I imagine, when we're through the general plan updates. That would be the appropriate time to bring PCE staff in to start hearing about REACH codes. So from the top, first of all, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I can think of nobody to better share love for community with. On the 25th, I attended the Complete Streets seminar. They talked, the thing I walked away with was methodology behind setting speed limits and productive approaches to that. I attended a meeting by Silicon Valley Leadership Group about housing. The last Peninsula Clean Energy meeting was between our last meetings. One thing that stood out from the Peninsula Clean Energy meeting was the success of the e-bike rebate program. And so we renewed the rebate incentives for getting e-bikes. Great way to get cars off the street, especially if you're riding to the grocery store, bringing kids to schools. They discussed the cargo bikes quite a lot. So that was a fun discussion to have, and the rest was mostly administrative. The next Peninsula Clean Energy meeting will be on the 24th for anyone from the public who's interested in attending. I also enjoyed the Council of Cities meeting with Council Member Beckmeyer. They were discussing the 101 express lanes and how they're trying to approach it from an equity standpoint so that you know, they're often referred in this flippant way as Tesla lanes, implying that it's only the wealthier who will be able to afford them. So what's unique about our area is we're trying to approach it from an equity lens to make sure that those whom can't necessarily afford a Tesla but have a large family to ride down with, or frankly can't afford the express lane period, will be able to afford it. And it's not just for the super rich amongst us. And after that, I had my Employee Appreciation Day with wastewater. And I'd like to echo what my fellow council members have said. First of all, the word that occurred to me as I was hearing my fellow council members speak was abuse. And I would also like to implore the community that perhaps through absolutely no intention of it coming off this way, a lot of the messages we're receiving towards staff is frankly abusive. As somebody who knocked on every door I possibly could to earn your votes to do this job, I did it knowing full well the tenor of what some comments could be. After sitting in that chair in the front row for the better part of a decade, I have heard quite a choice word being uttered toward council members, and I was happy to put myself in the position to hear those choice words, to sift through for the words that are the most helpful toward our community, and to go from there. And I expect the abuse. I expect the abuse, and with every kindness intended to my cohorts here, I expect them to be abused too. It's what we signed up for. Whether or not we knew it, it's what we signed up for. This staff is extraordinary. I feel like I'll probably start talking about planning staff in our next agenda item, but I got to hang out with the staff at the wastewater treatment plant. And I went and I brought them some pizza, and I figured we'd have a slice of pizza. They'd say thanks, I'd take off, and that would be my day. What I was struck by was how excited everybody was to talk about their job. I have a day job, and I'll tell you what, I have become cynical in my job to a point. I'll actually be talking about my job a little bit at the end of my spiel. But, you know, I don't extol the virtues of how much I love my job. And I do love my job. But, you know, it depending on where I'm at, it's not like a joyride that I'm happy to. These folks who work for us, they love what they do. They're extraordinarily knowledgeable about what they do. They are passionate about what they do. Especially the folks I got to hang out with. You know, you don't see wastewater treatment people. If you do, it got that bad. And usually you don't see them because it doesn't get that bad. And they're dealing with some of the messiest of it. And they're dealing it on a technical level that's extraordinarily mind-boggling to somebody who doesn't deal with that kind of engineering on a daily basis. And I'm babbling on at this point, but it's really impossible to describe how extraordinarily heart-rendering it is to spend time with the folks who really take their time out. They put so much heart into the job they do. That's what I'm trying to say. After that, I attended the JPA Library San Mateo County meeting in attendance in the audience, as Mr. O'Neill was the liaison this week. But Sarah McDowell of San Carlos talked about possibly bringing some funds to speak on mental health issues. I wrote a very specific note. Spoke about finding ways to proactively include efforts supporting mental health initiatives, and specifically referenced the mayor's mental health initiative. And so I, of course, thought of Mary and made a public remark to the effect of supporting it. And I'm hoping to see that in the budget when it comes through. I watched the short film Chosen about human trafficking. I was inspired by the presenter a couple weeks back, and so there's a movie series that they're doing. I think the next couple are about males and human trafficking. This one was about grooming young women for sex trafficking. If anyone wants information about the forthcoming movies, I'll be happy to supply it. Talked about reach codes. Oh, I got to attend a dinner in which Jackie Spear was speaking for the a Rotary Club meeting. It was a joint meeting between Millbrae Pacifica and Half Moon Bay that took place in Half Moon Bay. And it's always extraordinary to listen to our Congresswoman speak. She strikes me as a rather extraordinary individual. It looks like our mask mandate, the state level mask mandate, will be closing out shortly in a couple of days. I just want to encourage everybody to be mindful. We wear masks to protect others. And that's been the point. And whether or not you decide to wear a mask, respecting people's space, understanding we're in the middle of a pandemic and how easy it is to pass this thing on. If you were to get vaccinated, that would probably help a nurse to not have that much more stress than they are already having when they're dealing with folks who have chosen otherwise. So please proceed with whatever caution you are able to for the sake of all those around you. And last but not least, I did want to mention my place of business because Safeway is in the middle of a collective bargaining process with UFCW5, my union. What the union is saying right now is if they aren't having a happier conversation with Safeway by the end of the month, we will likely be talking about taking a strike vote. And since that affects, I think, the third largest provider of jobs in Pacifica, that might affect Pacifica in general. So I wanted to make sure everyone was aware that there are serious grumblings going on that a strike vote might be imminent. Thank you for allowing my time.
So I did not sign up to get abused, just so everyone knows. I signed up to serve my community. And so I'm here to talk to you. I'm not going to take any abuse. Just so we got that straight. Staff appreciation. I really, really want to thank my colleagues for staff appreciation because they just took it and ran with it. You know, I was like, oh, let's get some treats for our staff. And they're like, oh no, we're buying dinner and like pizza. And it was beautiful. So thank you all so much for participating in that. And I was at the community center when Sue Bartolos's pizzas were delivered and everybody was so happy. They were just so happy and they deserve that. They deserve our attention and they deserve our respect. And I know everyone's hearing it a lot tonight. I don't care. If we're going to say it over and over again. Our staff, they work so incredibly hard. And, you know, there's other places that pay more money and we all know that. And so we have to take care of our staff every way that we can so that we do not lose them because we do not want to lose them. And so I honor all of you, every staff. And I got to go see the firemen. So, you know, I picked the firemen. That was fun. Except for I think I bought out Mazzetti's and they probably weren't very happy about that. So next time I'll place an order. I mean, I'm sure they're happy, but you know, there's a lot of people behind me who probably wanted muffins. It was really fun. It really was. So thank you everybody for participating. Mayor Pro Tem brought up the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative. Yes, there's absolutely going to be some money coming from our county, which is so wonderful. So we're going to be bringing mental health first aid into our communities, into our there's four of us on the planning team. So it's South San Francisco, San Carlos. I'm forgetting one. Oh, well, anyways, sorry about that. We're going to be bringing mental health first aid into those communities first and then see how that goes. But we already got funding approved by San Mateo County. So they're going to be paying for all the trainings in all of those communities. So it's really exciting that we're able to come together and get something done and have something come of it, you know? And so we're also going to be advocating for mental health bills on the legislative agenda just to see what's out there and to see how we can promote all the things that are coming at the state level. So we'll be talking about that a lot here too. We're doing like commission presentations. So I went to the Mental Health Commission and did a presentation there and talked to them. And so all those commissioners really want to jump in and do some training too. So it's like bringing all these different people in from around the county is really, really fun. And May is Mental Health Awareness Month. So we'll be rolling all of this out in May. So look forward to that. It's just been really gratifying to work with people across the county. I'm very proud of it. I attended a lot of meetings, it seems like. I went to the CCAG Bike and Pedestrian meeting where we saw presentations for 12 capital and planning projects, which included our very own Ryan Marquez talking about our Palmetto project, which I'm gonna have Kevin just talk a little bit about during his communications, but it was so good to hear Ryan and then hear other council members like support him and support Pacifica and like they were waiting for this to come. And so it's really nice to hear the support because we have to score them all, right? So I'm in the process of reading all of these applications and we have to score them and that's how they get chosen. So to have other council members supporting it before we even started scoring is pretty nice. So good job, Ryan. Again, our staff, yeah. I went to Council of Cities as well. I also attended a Climate Action Plan 101, which was a follow-up from a previous session, Code Red, and I had an opportunity to talk to other cities about their climate action plans and their climate action committees, which I'm super interested in. I went to the Mental Health Commission. I already said that. I went to my very first economic development meeting, which was really great to hear about all the different work groups and how they just seem excited for the work that they're doing. And so I felt that excitement too. I attended Housing Our People Effectively meeting, and there was updates on the Homekey projects, Shores Landing, Pacific Inn, and Coast House. So we got to hear about all of those projects and how they are succeeding, because they are succeeding. So there's a lot of really good work going on in our county and our communities, and that's all for me. City Manager Woodhouse, it's your turn.
Great, thank you, Mayor Beer, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just have a few quick announcements, but first, I want to, on behalf of staff, sincerely thank each and every one of you for the staff appreciation actions that you took. I can tell you, I've heard a lot of positive feedback, as you observed when you were doing your appreciation activities. And it means more than you could imagine to each of the staff in the organization. There's an immense amount of workload that's happening, that's being carried out with a pandemic that's extending on and on. Maybe the light's at the end of the tunnel for that in some form. It's been tough, and so that kind of recognition goes a long, long way. So thank you very much for that. I can't emphasize that enough, actually. Unfortunately, I wasn't around for it because I actually had the opportunity to go to a 2.5-day meeting, the Cal City's City Managers Department meeting, and that was an exceptional 2.5 days of sessions and seeing colleagues from around the state that really covered the gamut of issues that are relevant to all of us. What's going on a state level for financing, and federal level, ARPA funding, et cetera. Diversity, equity, inclusion issues that we're all working on. Organizational culture and innovation. There was a lot of discussion about decorum of civic discourse, and that's an issue statewide, certainly. And housing is always discussed, and homelessness solutions. So it was a great, productive 2.5-day meeting. I did want to mention, City Clerk Coffey reminded me to mention that we do have committee and commission recruitments out right now. The deadline is February 18th, and positions for the Beautification Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, and Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission. So that information is available on the electronic newsletter and on I believe the website, et cetera. So for those of you listening, please encourage applications for those. And finally, I do want to turn it over to, I think, Public Works Director Lisa Peterson, who's going to talk about the Palmetto Esplanade pedestrian and bike improvement project that the mayor mentioned. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Woodhouse and Mayor Beer. Ryan Marquez did do an excellent job in presenting our Palmetto Esplanade Bike Ped project to the CCAG VPAC. So just to let everybody know really quickly what that project is about, the project would be starting on the north of Palmetto at Westline Drive, and we would be putting in a Class 2 bike lane, striped bike lane, going down until you get to Esplanade. Then it would take a bit of a detour over to the coast so everyone can see the beautiful ocean. And it comes back out at Avalon. And within that location, we'll be having both Bike Boulevard and a Class 2 bike lane. Once it comes back out onto Palmetto, it would continue down with the Class 2 bike lane all the way down to Paloma. And additionally, within that proposed project, there's a couple intersection improvements. One at Manor and Esplanade, and one at the crossing at the Highway 1 ramp next to the San Francisco RV Park. So we're looking at putting in some signs and striping, and then maybe some flashing beacons at that location, although that hasn't been finalized yet. it's at a 35% design at this moment. So anyway, that's just a quick overview. And yes, Ryan did do a great job. Thanks for that mention.
That completes my report.
Okay, thank you. Oh, it looks like Councilmember Beckmeyer would like to say something.
I'm so sorry. I just want to follow up. I had the date wrong. I said March. It's not for the planting day or the community work day for the Palmetto bump outs. It is the 26th of February, 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. And information will be going out. It will be in Connect with Pacifica. Emails are going out, but it's coming up pretty quick. I wanted to mention that. And then one other important thing that I forgot to mention is there's the Yifty gift card promotion going on right now, which is a shop local project of the Economic Development Committee and the city. And right now, if you purchase a card for $50, you receive a card for yourself for $25. And these can be used in, at the time I last checked, 14 different businesses in town. It's on the city's website and there's information there. This promotion ends February 20th or while supplies last. Thank you. Sorry.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that City Manager Woodhouse and I attended the Pacifica School Board meeting last week, and the board indicated their willingness to support us in our feasibility study for the affordable housing at the Corporation Yard. I haven't heard anything officially from the superintendent, but just by counting noses of the board, I seem to pass. So anyhow, that was good news. And then for when everybody should be getting their property tax bills pretty quick. And I just wanted to let you know that the bond that was passed to build employee housing for the Jefferson High School District, they will be having a grand opening in May, and the first faculty and staff of the high school district should be moving into that building in Daly City sometime in May. So just to let you know, if you drive by the Ceremony Del Rey campus, you could see it. They're finishing the curbs and the play structure for the kids and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I'll just say thank you to the taxpayers for that, because the staff that are applying for these places, they're so excited. They can hardly wait. So it's really beautiful. All right, we better get going here, huh? The next item is for consideration, item number 13, to extend the extension of the public comment period on the draft environmental impact report for the general plan, update, and Sharp Park specific plan. So we are simply talking tonight about extending the public comment period. And so we make that super clear. We're not deliberating about anything else. We're not talking about anything else except for extending the public comment period. Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Beer and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager again. There's a brief staff report, and it's pretty concise and clear about some of the rationale behind the recommendation that I'm making. So if you'll bear with me, I just want to, for the sake of the members of the public that maybe haven't read the staff report, I do want to read some excerpts from it as sort of my summary of this item. So city staff and city council members have heard from a small number of community members who have experienced challenges working with the draft environmental impact report document, and who have indicated these challenges have affected their ability to efficiently review the documents. City staff and the city council have communicated the importance of receiving public comments on the draft environmental impact report. I'll use the acronym DEIR from now on for that. The general plan update, I'll call that the GPU, and the Sharp Park specific plan, the SPSP. so that the Planning Commission and City Council's final review of the documents are complete with public comments in the record, along with revisions to the final draft documents as recommended by staff based on review of the public comments that are received. Therefore, in support of the goal to have robust public involvement and comment on the documents, I'm recommending for the council's consideration a 15-day extension to the public comment period on the DEIR, revising the original 45-day deadline of February 21st, 5 p.m. to March 8th, 5 p.m. This 15-day extension strikes a reasonable balance between the public's desire to have more time to provide comments and the city's need to make progress on all council priorities for this fiscal year and into next fiscal year. It also will complement other efforts city staff has made to increase the accessibility of the DEIR, GPU, and SPSP, including making the documents available in Word format to increase searchability and copy and paste functionality, and interactive and searchable versions of the GPU and SPSP. The city has also completed uploading an interactive PDF version of the DEIR with an interactive table of contents and search functionality. A 60-day review period also exceeds the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, which identifies a 45-day review period on a DEIR as an adequate period of time. This extension recommendation also should be considered in the context of other important city council priorities. A 15-day extension would still allow Planning Commission and City Council consideration of the documents before the end of June 2022, which in turn will allow other critical City Council priorities to proceed as planned for fiscal year 21-22 and into 22-23. The planned Pacifica timeline has already been slightly delayed from the work plan timeline to accommodate community requests, causing modest delays in other citywide priorities. An additional 15-day delay will cause additional delays for several priority projects, such as the housing element, climate action plan update, quarry site specific plan, and the wireless communication ordinance update. Some of these projects likely will need to receive timeline adjustments, and we'll be analyzing that, presenting and discussing that in the context of the City Council's goal setting session in March. Several steps must still occur after completion of the recommended 15-day extension of the DEIR public comment period, as summarized. Prepare responses to the comments on the DEIR, review comments on the GPU and SPSP, and update documents as appropriate. Release responses to comments, final EIR, and final draft GPU SPSP at least 2 weeks before the first Planning Commission hearing. Hold Planning Commission hearing or hearings to make a recommendation on the document, and then hold City Council hearing or hearings to approve documents and certify the EIR. So that summarizes the main rationale and balancing act for my recommendation to consider a 15-day extension period to the DEIR. And I'm available and staff's available for any questions.
Anybody have any questions, or shall we go to public comment? Okay, we'll go to public comment again.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Beckmeyer does have her hand up.
She didn't mean it. I will again remind you that this is only about the extension of public comment period, and I'll stop you if you start talking too much about all the stuff in the documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one hand raised by Dan. Dan, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you, council members. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Dan Sedgwick. I'm an environmental advocate. Thank you, Kevin Woodhouse, for talking about the requirements of the quarry site-specific plan and specifically the extension time required for this. Over the last 3 days, I've heard from many measures who opposed Measure W that failed by a 2/3 vote to develop the quarry. Most of these members were completely unaware until 2 days ago that SB 9 and 10 completely override the local ballot measure protecting the quarry from residential development. I think it's important that if the city has a quarry site-specific plan, they make that specifically available and extend the comment period on that quarry site-specific plan. Thank you.
I should have stopped, sorry.
Thank you, Dan. Our next hand is from Peter Lowe, followed by Suzanne Moore. Peter, you may now unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I mainly wanted to thank Mayor Beer and the council for having this item on the agenda. I strongly support the 15-day extension. Actually wish it could be more, but that doesn't matter. Let's go with the 15 days. They're extremely complex documents and very lengthy. And I wonder if council members are even attempting to read through them because it's very hard to connect. I'm trying not to talk about what's in those documents, but they are very long and very complex and very difficult to try to coordinate between documents. So I'm really just wanting to say thank you for having this extension on the agenda. I hope that you support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Our next speaker is Suzanne Moore, followed by Christine Bowles. Suzanne, you may now unmute yourself.
Thanks, Josh. And thank you, Council, for considering this extension. I hope City Council will extend the public comment period for the draft environmental impact report. This document does deserve additional time for public consideration. I did want to present results of a small survey done this past Sunday morning of 21 self-identified Pacificans standing in line outside of Mazzetti's and Roslyn Bakeries pre-Super Bowl. 20 were not aware of the work on the general plan in the EIR. 15 were not aware of our efforts of redistricting, and 18 could not identify their current district. I appreciate the efforts the city has made to notify Pacificans, but I'm concerned about the effectiveness of our outreach. And the draft environmental impact is incredibly important. So please extend the time for public comment and continue your outreach efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suzanne. Our next hand is from Christine Bowles, followed by Jose Luis. Christine, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening again, Council. This is Christine Bowles. First, I want to say that I also do really appreciate our city staff. I've just recently come to understand really how overworked they are. And we as a city just don't have the financial resources to support the staffing needs for a city of this size. But I also want to say that respect really works both ways.
I think the public comment is about extending.
I know, I'm getting to that, Mary, I promise. Okay. And just the way the documents were released and their lack of, even a table of contents or search functions has really made this a very difficult endeavor for those of us who've been working on this full on since January 7th. And I really feel like we were not ready to release them, and the fact that they was really disrespectful to the public as well and to our time. So, and I especially want to thank Pacific and Pete Shoemaker, who has done all this work to modify the documents and add the table of contents and searchable functions that, again, were not in the original city documents or the recent PDFs or the recent Word documents. Tonight's comments by City Manager Woodhouse is the first I've heard of the release of new PDFs with these functions. And I hope that public and state agencies have also been notified, because I know that they've been struggling as well. I need more time. I know that Fish and Wildlife needs more time because they actually called me to tell me that. Plan Bay Area 2050 identifies Pacifica as having some of the highest value environmental resources in all of the Bay Area. Why would an extension request from Fish and Wildlife have been denied, and who denied it? I understand this is a council decision and council is just now considering this item. Did a staff member perhaps overstep their role here? Please extend the deadline so that we, the public, Fish and Wildlife, and other agencies can help you identify as many errors and omissions as possible now so that we can fix them. It's in all of our interest after 43 years to end up with a good general plan that we can actually use to guide us in the city's growth, development, and conservation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Our next speaker is Cassie, followed by Brooke. Cassie, you may now unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Cassie Leonardi. I'm a longtime resident of Pacifica, and I would like to echo concerns about the brief comment period for the general plan update and urge City Council to extend. This is a document that has taken 40 years to update, and I am concerned that the public is currently only being allotted 45 days to comment. And further, I would like to express a desire to see City Council host a public forum where the public could address concerns about the general plan update. So yeah, at this time, I just want to urge City Council to consider the 15-day extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie. Our next hand raise is from Brooke. Brooke, you may now unmute yourself.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Brooke and I'm a longtime resident of Pacifica. I would like to urge City Council to extend the comment period for the general plan. This is a complex document and the 45-day comment period provided is not sufficient to allow the public to review and provide input. Further, I am concerned that City Council has not held any public forums to discuss the general plan documents. With this, I echo all the concerns that have been listed before me, and an extension would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. I have another hand raised from Mark Hubble. Mark, you may now unmute yourself.
Okay. Well, I hope you decide to extend the period. That would really, really help. I mean, people, it's not the only thing we have going on in our lives. So please extend the time 50 more days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Madam Mayor, at this time, I have no more hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back.
Mayor Beer? Kevin Woodhouse, I just wanted to provide a clarification regarding one of the comments that was made. Ms. Bowles made a statement about claiming that the city denied an extension request to Fish and Wildlife staff. So I want to be very clear about that is not what happened. And there was a phone call between city staff and Fish and Wildlife staff, who very collegial phone call, and they expressed how they're overworked as well. And they requested for an extension for their agency. And the reply was that if the comment period was extended for their agency, it would need to be extended for everyone, and that we would let them know immediately if the council considered and granted an extension to the comment period. So just for the sake of everyone, I want to clarify that misstatement about a denial of an extension to an agency staff member. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I heard a couple comments. Oh, first of all, I want to start by saying that I support extending for the 15 days. I want to just make sure that part's clear. I heard a couple comments asking for forums to address concerns about the general plan update. And I honestly don't know how long the speakers have been following along. But I think that a part of the issue with having a 12-year-long process to extend a 40-year-old document is that depending on when someone tuned in, I myself only tuned in probably 8 years ago. there's various degrees of awareness as far as where we are in a very long process. Frankly, I think the majority of our staff is new compared to when this first started a very long time ago. So in response to some of that, I just want to make sure, and this is a vague history, but there have been many forums developing these general plan updates over many years. And after we get past the draft environmental impact report phase, public comment period phase, then we do move into planning commission meetings where there will be a public forum to discuss all of the documents, at least one planning commission meeting, depending on how that meeting goes. And after that, there will be city council meeting, at least one, depending on how that meeting goes. So we're in the middle, and it because of COVID, it seems like we've had this desert of public interaction, but this is part and parcel with the very long process, and those forums will be available as we go along. The other thing I want to remind everyone was this: if we extend this draft environmental impact report public comment period tonight, even after that additional 15 days, as is outlined in the staff report, and maybe because we discuss things with staff more frequently, we're more acutely aware, then we get to review the documents before the planning commission meeting. The public comment period on the draft environmental impact report, that has a set date. But between now, as we're discussing extending that and gathering that, and then staff response to that specifically within the context of that document, you have between now and the planning commission meeting that I think will be in May, and city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, not May, then June. So, okay, you have that extra 2 weeks. You've had approximately 2 months, maybe by the time we're done talking for that. But in terms of the full general plan update, Sharp Park specific plan update, many more months. You can continue studying it, continue sending us comments about it. We're going to, until noon on the day of the planning commission meeting, we're going to be ingesting all of that. As much time as you can give us to comment on that, we can give you a more robust answer in advance, or it gives us more time to ask those questions in advance. So the more time we have to hear that, the better, but lots and lots of time. The only other thing I wanted to bring up, because Suzanne Moore mentioned her impromptu survey at, I believe, Mazzetti's, and it occurs to me that the city has done a fine job informing people as many ways as possible. That being said, that sparked the idea maybe for the very last, and excuse me if I'm going outside of the range I should be, maybe there's a more appropriate time to have the discussion, and let me know if so. But maybe it would be a good idea to just send a postcard out to everyone before those first planning commission meetings, so that everyone has that opportunity to be all that much more aware. Though I think we've done a fine job informing folks, but that would be that last effort we can make. I know it's costly to do a citywide mailing, but perhaps that would be a good approach when we go into that final first planning commission meeting. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Can I just make a motion, being everybody's speechless? Okay.
Gary, you don't look like you're muted, but we can't hear you.
Sue Bartalos is shaking her head, so how about?
I want to say something too. That people pushed and pushed and pushed for us to get this general plan out. And we pushed and pushed and pushed and got it out. And then people didn't want it out. And now they want extra time. Well, I think this is fine that we give them extra time. But I think, in my opinion, this is it. That this is the end of the extra time, because it just takes us out further and further and further to get it accomplished, which is the goal of everyone. Everyone wants it done. We've had many, many public meetings over years and years. And another thing about the impromptu questions at Mazzetti's, I'm sure if you ask those people to name one person who sits on council, they probably couldn't answer that either. So people choose to get involved or choose to not get involved. And I don't think you can drag them to the general plan. So we can try our best. We can send out the information, but you can't make people read it. So that's it.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the public comment period on the draft environmental impact report for the general plan update and Sharp Park specific plan by 15 days beyond the current 45-day comment period.
I'll second.
Okay, can we have a vote?
The motion made by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. I'll call the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We are going to move on to our next item. My computer just went dead on the other side, so I have to flip through this, sorry. Okay, here we go. Agenda item number 14, which is introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica adding Chapter 32 sale or distribution of electronic cigarettes and Chapter 33 sale of flavored tobacco products and pharmacy sale of tobacco products prohibited, and amend Section 531.03 limits on tobacco retail license within Chapter 31 of Title 15 Public Welfare, Morals, and Conduct of the Pacifica Municipal Code to ban the sale and distribution of flavored tobacco products, the sale and distribution of electronic cigarettes, and to prohibit the sale of tobacco products at pharmacies in the City of Pacifica. And we have our Chief of Police here to talk about that.
So good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Dan Stadler, your Chief of Police. If you remember back on January 24th of this year, we were hearing this item. This item was presented before council. Staff provided a staff report on it. We were in the middle of public comment when we had the outage at PCT 26 and weren't unable to continue. So this evening, if I may, I'm going to just provide a very, very brief overview of the points of the ordinance, and then we can continue as council wishes. So this ordinance is an ordinance that discusses a potential prohibition on the sale of flavored tobacco products, electronic cigarettes, as well as the sale of tobacco products at pharmacies. If passed as currently written, again, this ordinance would prohibit sales and distribution of electronic cigarettes, prohibition on sales and distribution on flavored tobacco products, with an exemption for adult only, meaning businesses that allow people only 21 years of older inside that sell hookah products, as well as a prohibition on sales of any tobacco products at pharmacies. Next slide, please. The ordinance provisions would take effect at the expiration of a retailer's tobacco retail permit, which is issued by the city, that is in effect as of the effective date of this ordinance. All tobacco retail permits expire on October 31st, 2022. So in essence, all of these provisions, the current holders of tobacco retail permits would begin the day after 10/31/22. And in terms of enforcement, penalties for violations of these, this ordinance would include civil fines of $100 to $1,000 or prosecution as an infraction or a misdemeanor. And I turn it back to council. Actually, I'll give you the recommendation of staff. Move to waive the first reading of an introduced by title, the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica, adding Chapter 32, sale or distribution of electronic cigarettes, and Chapter 33, sales of flavored tobacco products, and pharmacy sales of tobacco products prohibited, and amending sections 5-31.03, limits on tobacco retailer licenses within Chapter 31, Title 5, Public Welfare, Morals and Conduct of the Pacifica Municipal Code to ban the sale and distribution of flavored tobacco products, the sale and distribution of electronic cigarettes, and to prohibit the sale of tobacco products at pharmacies in the City of Pacifica.
Thank you, Chief Steidel, and thank you for all your work that you've done on this. Appreciate it. Do you have any questions for the Chief? So I think I have a question. When you read the exemptions, it said exemptions at 21 adult stores that sell hookah products, or is it only that they can only sell hookah products?
That sell hookah products. So in other words, if you have a 21 and over store, a business that identifies themselves 21 and older, patrons only, and they sell tobacco, but they also sell flavored tobacco that are hookah products, then they would be allowed to continue those as long as they continue to hold that 21 and over only status.
So only flavored hookah products?
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't clear to me that it just seemed like the language could have been tightened up or something there, but I'm okay. Anybody else? Nope. Let's go to public comment, please.
Mr. Mayor Beer, we have 2 hands raised. Our first speaker is Shawnice, followed by Dan. Shawnice, you may now mute yourself.
Thank you all so much for bringing this topic back to the forefront due to our unusual issue last time. So thank you all so much. I am Shawnice Stevenson with the Bay Area Community Health Advisory Council and lead the Flavored Tobacco Education Policy Initiative. In 2019, we worked with the Ingrid B. Lacey Middle School peer program to educate about flavored tobacco and its dangers. The students had 79 students sign a petition around restricting the sales of flavored tobacco and vaping and addressing marketing towards young people. On the California Healthy Kids Survey of 2020-21, 80% of the respondents, which is about 263 of the Pacifica 7th graders, 25% considered a great harm if smoking or vaping if smoking or vaping occasionally. As part of your priorities of the healthy and compassionate community and supporting healthy ways for youth to deal with their mental health and physical health, you address healthy ways through reducing access to flavored tobacco and vaping for youth. Today, tobacco-related diseases are still the #1 cause of death amongst African-American community, and that's not a coincidence due to the use of menthol flavoring, and it continues in vaping products. Tobacco use is an epidemic in the African-American community and many other communities of color, and is a leading preventable cause of death, yet the most preventable. Tobacco companies attract our young population through flavors, and I would like to see how we can reduce the access to flavored tobacco and vaping for youth by restricting the sales of flavored tobacco. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Shawnice. Our next hand is raised from Dan, followed by Jen. Dan, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name's Dan Stedjink. In 2020, California overwhelmingly passed a bipartisan landmark law to protect kids by ending the sale of candy-flavored tobacco in our state. Since then, poison peddling corporations like Philip Morris and R.G. Reynolds have spent millions to delay the law with the goal of stopping it permanently. They're using lies and sweet flavors like blue raspberry, root beer, and minty menthol to hook kids and make them lifelong customers. The numbers speak for themselves. Over 2 million middle and high school students now use e-cigarettes. In California, almost all high school e-cigarette users use flavored products, and 4 out of kids who have tobacco started with a flavored product. In addition, for generations, the tobacco industry has been preying on Black Americans who now die of heart disease, lung cancer, stroke, and other tobacco-related diseases at rates far higher than whites. The above comments were quoted directly from the website yestoprotectkids.org, a joint venture of Michael R. Bloomberg and Jerry Hill for Assembly 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Jen, followed by Bob Gordon. Jen, you may now unmute yourself. Jen Gran, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Jen Gran-Lejano. I am the Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and I want to thank you for considering addressing the issue of youth tobacco use. Tonight, we urge you to adopt a comprehensive tobacco retailer licensing policy to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products, including menthol cigarettes, flavored shisha tobacco, and flavored e-cigarettes at all retailers, and to end the sale of all tobacco products in pharmacies. The ordinance before you tonight does fall short of best practice, but it's still a step in the right direction. If there is political will to do more tonight, we recommend striking the exemption for flavored shisha tobacco at adult-only stores and establishing a universal implementation date that would be no longer than 3 months from adoption across the board to make enforcement easier and more clear and to make this ordinance more effective. Just to cover some points that often get brought up, in cities that have adopted ordinances like this, we have not seen stores close. They can still sell unflavored tobacco products. We often hear that this is an issue of an adult choice, but when 90% of adult smokers start in their teens, this is not adult choice. This is pediatric addiction that leads to a lifetime of disease. And it's important to note that tobacco is not a typical product. It's the only product that when sold, that when used as directed, kills half of its users. So this is a public health issue, and we need to put the health of our residents and our youth over the profit of a few. So I thank you tonight for adopting the ordinance before you. Thanks.
Thank you, Jen. Our next hand is from Bob, followed by Myra. Bob, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Bob Gordon, and I'm a member of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition. You know, tobacco companies bring a terrible toll of addiction and death to Pacifica residents, and the tobacco companies do it by attracting young people with these fruity little cigars and menthol cigarettes and other candy-flavored products. And unfortunately, many of these deadly products find their way from smoke shops into middle and high schools. Well, I'd like to bring the focus on one of the provisions that amends the tobacco retailer license and ends the sale of tobacco in all pharmacies. Now, this would include the 2 national chains, Rite Aid and Walgreens in town, that continue to sell addictive and deadly products at the front of the store. Pharmacies are places of health, but national chains like Rite Aid and Walgreens are still selling deadly tobacco. Pacifica could join 51 other jurisdictions in California. And as Chief Seidel mentioned 3 weeks ago, 10 of these jurisdictions are in San Mateo County alone. And these jurisdictions have completely ended the sale of every tobacco product in every pharmacy. The jurisdictions in San Mateo County are Daly City, East Palo Alto, Half Moon Bay, Menlo Park, Portola Valley, San Carlos, City of San Mateo County, and South San Francisco, and finally Redwood City. This provision works really simply by amending the tobacco retailer license to exclude any store from receiving a license to sell tobacco if the store is licensed by the California Board of Pharmacy. And community leaders and members of the public do have the power to decide that local pharmacies will not sell tobacco, and therefore they have the power to change what a pharmacy is for a whole new generation of young people. Cigarettes and pharmacies don't mix, and toxic tobacco waste doesn't mix with the beautiful coastside. Thank you for considering these changes to the tobacco retail license.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Our next hand is from Myra, followed by Tricia. Myra, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mayra Diaz. I am with the San Mateo County's Tobacco Prevention Program. I would like to highlight the following data that might be helpful for your decision making. The California Health Interview Survey indicated that hookah use is becoming increasingly common among young people across different backgrounds. Also, the Surgeon General's report reported that hookah users are exposed to up to 1.7 times more nicotine compared to cigarette smokers. The Tobacco Prevention Program has provided assistance to cities that have adopted tobacco-related policies, and we are available to support the City of Pacifica with providing retailer and community education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Myra. Our next speaker is Trisha, followed by Claudia. Trisha, you may now unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, City Council members and Police Chief Steedle. My name is Trisha Barr. I was literally speaking last meeting when we ended the meeting in the middle of my public comments. I'm a parent of 3 teen boys and the co-chair of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition. I'm also on the high school's site council with teachers, administrators, staff, and students, and principals and teachers share how much an issue e-cigarettes are in our high schools. As you probably already know, when Pacifica adopted its original tobacco retailer permit ordinance, Pacifica was a leader in the county and the region. And I commend you for taking steps to move forward to bring this ordinance forward to be consistent with other jurisdictions and keep these products out of the hands of our youth, by prohibiting the sale of tobacco products in pharmacies and the sale of the e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco, albeit with an exemption for flavored shisha, which most other jurisdictions don't have that exemption. The coalition recommends the following non-substantive changes that align with best practices used within the county and throughout the Bay Area. The first is to prevent the additional tobacco retailers taking advantage of the hookah exemption for 21 and up businesses by adding some language to cap the number of businesses to the current number, so that that the exemption applies to, and to ensure that the exemption doesn't pass to new retailers when they sell their business. And then, as someone else mentioned before me, to establish a universal implementation date within 90 days for all the retailers instead of the proposed October 31st date. And that aligns with best practices. And the other, I think also someone else mentioned, was that if you're willing to reconsider the exemption for flavored shisha, that would be certainly what we consider best practice and consistent with other policies. Thank you so much for your leadership. These products are getting in the hands of our youth, and they do buy them locally, not online. I'm hearing it from principals, superintendents, and teachers. Please move forward tonight with the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Trisha. Our next hand is from Claudia, followed by Jamie. Claudia, you may now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Good evening. Just wanted to say that I heard earlier someone speak about how residents are still struggling financially due to the pandemic, and that would include the retailers. They've struggled a lot and have lost already a lot of money, and this affects their families, which are also residents of the city of Pacifica. And so I'd like to push for the enforcement of this tobacco ordinance to take effect on January 1st, 2023, with the rest of the state of California, to give the retailers more time to sell their current product and find other means of income. And, you know, they may have to shut down their businesses completely, and that would give them a little bit more time to figure things out. That's all. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Claudia. And I have one more hand raised from Jamie. Jamie, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jaime Rojas. I represent many of the retailers with the national organization Tobacco Outlets. As you've heard from many of the organizations, they've given only data from national numbers on the flavored vaping youth issue. Nothing has been compared, not even with staff, on local numbers on the impacts to those in the city of Pacifica. Looking at the FDA in the state of California on their annual compliance sting operations, the retailers in the city of Pacifica in the past 4 years are 98% successful in not selling to youth under these youth decoys. The issue again is youth vaping, and this current draft ordinance focuses on all flavored tobacco products, even those smoked traditionally by older people, premium cigars, loose leaf tobacco, and various other products under that. We want to also know, as it was mentioned by staff, that the referendum is coming up in November, which most likely will pass. And we're asking that if you do move forward as is, to combine the enforcement date a few more months to January 1st of 2023 in order to make it a fair and even playing field for all retailers, not only in Pacifica, but throughout the state of California. If you consider that, we greatly appreciate you making that change and that modification to the current draft ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. Madam Mayor, there are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. We can close public comment and come back to council. So I feel like I need to comment on the use rates of our young people in Pacifica because I have the use rates right in front of me. I work for Jefferson Union High School District and implement surveys, and 19% of our 11th graders report using vape products in the last 30 days. And that's low. It's always low. So there's definitely young people that are using these products. And then our transitional age young people are also using these products and becoming addicted to them because they have started so young. So I just really wanted to make sure that I said that out loud because I got I have the data. Okay, anybody else like to say anything or go ahead, Sue?
This is a really hard issue. I mean, I don't want to see kids doing any of this. But then I talk to the retailers and are these small businesses going to have to go out of business? I've talked to other people who said they use the vape products to quit smoking. I haven't heard that tonight. I heard it a lot in the past. And then I questioned the fact that we have liquor stores, we have marijuana stores, and those are people's choice of people who are 21 and older. I know that kids get alcohol too. And it's a really hard situation to be in because are we limiting choice for people that may be using it to quit smoking cigarettes, which are pretty awful things. I know there's studies on vaping and certain vape products are bad too, but they're better than cigarettes. So this is a really hard for me. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is hard for me too. Fundamentally, and you watch me up here and usually I'm trying to strike a compromise and I don't talk about personal hard politics very often. But when it comes to prohibitionism, I have a very specific internal hard politic on that. And so for me to vote to limit a substance really goes against fundamentally how I look at the world. Now, I kind of made, I implored for keeping the hookah sale at the last meeting, and that was acquiesced to. My grandfather was a pharmacist. I don't think that a cigarette should be anywhere near a pharmacy. And I have every respect for the fact that I want our children to not have access to especially e-cigarettes, but frankly, any cigarette. So like a part of me wants to ban tobacco all the world over, and the other part of me is fundamentally anti-prohibition. So I'm happy to continue to vote along with what, frankly, I agreed to at the last meeting. Though, if it were to be entertained by council, more than that, I would favor taking all of these products, sticking them in stores that are 21 and over, if there could be a mechanism for greater enforcement of making sure that children or people under the age of 21 are not allowed in those businesses. And I like the idea of extending the period of getting rid of their stock, if we do pass it tonight, to January 1st of 2023, respecting the economics of the fact that the entire state is about to take this vote, and allowing those businesses that extra time to build revenue in this time in which money is something that's harder to come by in terms of business. It's hard for me because I don't like tobacco. As somebody who's used tobacco, as somebody who may again smoke another cigarette in his life before he dies, I would still make it all illegal, but I don't like making substances illegal, period. So that's where I'm at right now.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you, Mayor Beer. I think it's safer to raise my hand this way because then I won't forget to turn it off.
Okay.
Thank you. I agree with what Mayor Pro Tem just said. I tend not to be restrictionist, I guess I would call it. One of the things that really caught my eye, I mean, I work in a school, I work with kids, and I know when 8th graders are vaping. It's just knowable and disturbing. And the person who first brought so many things, who very first brought this to my attention was Councilmember O'Neill. I think way back, maybe even school board days, because he was pushing for with the Healthy Kids Survey, and he wanted more education at a younger age, that there needed to be 4th grade, because we have to catch them before they're already engaged. And when I read, I was a little bit disturbed and uncertain about the pharmacy piece. But when I read in our packet that American Pharmacists Association, the California Pharmacists Association, and the California Medical Association have called for the adoption of state and local prohibitions of tobacco sales in drugstores and pharmacies. And I said to myself, oh, yeah, it's not the pharmacists that want it. It's the retail, right? It's the large retailers. And these are the ones I'm thinking of in our town. And so with all of that in mind, I have decided I support this ordinance as written. I do have a question for the chief in terms, and maybe it's a business question too for the city. I think, Chief, you know the answer though. Do we have any limitation on the number of 21 and over businesses
So we
that
do
sell
not.
tobacco products?
We do not, Councilmember Beckmeyer. The reason being is we don't classify them as 21 or over tobacco product businesses. There's nothing in our code, in our retail permit scheme that does that, nor does the state. This is something that's the businesses put on themselves. So at this point, when we determine, for the purpose of this report, how many we have in town right now that are 21 and over only businesses, we, paid business and called and talked to these folks to find that information out. So we don't have a cap, but we also don't permit them in that fashion.
Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill.
I forget, is the marijuana stores, are they 21 and over? Or is it 18?
21.
21. Okay, so basically the only business entities we have that are 21 or over are bars where they serve liquor and the marijuana, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I like to think, try to keep things simple. So for an administrative for the staff. So if all the licenses renew October 31st, I would go for October 31st. I think, I don't think we need to create a third entity of 21 and over, that we just ban it from the pharmacies and we just ban it from all places of retail. So that's my thought.
Well, I tend to agree with everything that Councilmember O'Neill just said. However, I am okay with going forward with the ordinance as it's written. Anybody else? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'm looking for it on the staff report. I'm having trouble finding it. Oh, recommended action. Move to waive the first reading of and introduce by title an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica, adding Chapter 32, sale or distribution of electronic cigarettes, and Chapter 33, sales of flavored tobacco products and pharmacy sales of tobacco products prohibited, and amending Section 5-31.03, limits on tobacco retailer licenses within Chapter 31 of Title V, Public Welfare, Morals, and Conduct of the Pacifica Municipal Code, to ban the sale and distribution of flavored tobacco products, the sale and distribution of electronic cigarettes, and to prohibit the sale of tobacco products at pharmacies in the City of Pacifica. Could we maybe change it to any licensed pharmacies by the state of California in Pacifica?
We have language in the definitions, council member, that covers that.
Okay, all right, then I state it as in the staff report.
I'll second.
We have a vote, please.
And with the motion by Councilmember O'Neill, seconded by Councilmember Beckmeyer, call the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Mayor Beer, time check, we're at 11 o'clock, so we need to make a motion to extend.
Can I have a motion to extend?
Move to extend our time till midnight.
Second.
Okay, we have a vote.
And with the motion by Councilmember O'Neill and second by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick to extend the meeting to midnight, Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes. Okay. We're going till midnight. We are on our last item of the evening. Item number 15, which is our Vision 2025 and beyond fiscal sustainability analysis, potential revenue options, and a ballot measure analysis and communication services. So we will have Yulia Carter with us tonight and our city manager, Kevin Woodhouse. Hello,
Thank you, Mayor Beer, council members. And we also have Brian Mora from RGS. I'm going to kick it off, and I have a bit of an introduction here and background, and I'll hit on the first few slides and then turn it over to Ms. Carter. So tonight is another important milestone in the Vision 2025 and Beyond strategic financial sustainability study process. I'm going to begin by providing background and context for where we are in the process. Chief Financial Sustainability Officer Carter will introduce an updated 10-year financial forecast and Pacifica's projected future deficits. And RGS Senior Advisor Brian Moore will present information about strategies to address multi-year budget challenges. Before I dive in, I'd like to be very clear that staff understands that discussion about potential voter-approved tax measures is rarely a popular or easy topic. However, what you will hear tonight about Pacifica's financial reality is that after decades of expenditure reductions to live within existing revenue means and various prudent strategies to balance annual budgets by containing expenditures and enhancing revenues through activities like economic development, the millions of dollars of grants the city gets each year, updating user and development fees, as we just witnessed working on the park fee, the cannabis business tax program, et cetera. It's staff's professional judgment that voter-approved tax components, in addition to continuing revenue enhancements through non-tax strategies, will be necessary to sustain the city's existing level of services into the future. I want to restate that. These combination of measures will be necessary to sustain our existing levels of services, and Ms. Carter will show that in the financial forecast. Our financial forecast doesn't include enhanced services or expansion of capital projects. The very design of Vision 2025 and beyond process is to be a very transparent process with robust public input to articulate a vision for Pacifica's future and financial strategies to achieve that vision. Before going to voters with a tax measure, it's essential that the community be able to provide their input into the types of programs, levels of services, and the quality of infrastructure they envision for Pacifica's future, and the council envisions for Pacifica's future. The council's annual goal setting process is one method by which the city's varied and comprehensive work plan of priorities is determined each year. In addition to goal setting, public engagement during the Vision 2025 and beyond study will allow for more input into the future envisioned for Pacifica, as well as transparency about how much it will cost to achieve that vision for programs, levels of service, and capital projects. It's essential for community members to understand these financial realities in order to be informed in their voting about any potential future tax measures. And this engagement and transparency is precisely what Vision 2025 and beyond provides. So let me dive into the presentation. Next slide, please. Here's an outline of the agenda. I'll cover where we are in the process. Ms. Carter will handle the financial forecast, and Mr. Moore will talk about strategies. Next slide, please. And again. So this process, this idea of Vision 2025 first came up in 2019 council goal setting, where the council affirmed the need for this type of fiscal sustainability study. COVID happened and delayed progress. And then in the fall of 2020, in October, I brought back to the council consideration of refining the purpose statement and scope of work for Vision 2025. And the refined purpose statement is before you there. In winter, spring, Ms. Carter was hired on and brings quite a level of expertise to these types of studies. And that's when we began working on refining the scope of work. And then we brought that back to council last December 21 to talk about the various components of the vision study. And that study session focused on the economic opportunities study, RFP, and marketing plan. And so tonight's study session or discussion here is really focused on the fiscal sustainability and revenue options. Next slide, please. So the components of the vision study that we've outlined before, there's essentially 5 pieces that are interrelated here. The first is what we're really talking about tonight is the financial forecasting and revenue enhancement strategies, detailed revenue and expense forecasting, utilizing outside expertise and our HDL tax consultants. The items 2 and 3 is what were discussed in December, which really are the non-tax revenue enhancement components of this study that we continue to pursue. Economic opportunity study, the RFP is out on the street for that. And then on consent calendar, and tonight's agenda, the council approved the 2-year marketing plan with CDA that we will be pursuing. And, this type of economic development and opportunity study is really essential because you want to contain expenditures, enhance revenues through non-tax means before you have to make the decision to go to the voters for a tax measure. Throughout this process, there'll be public engagement and surveys, and then the 4th component is packaging all of the results of the various components of the study into the final report to tell the vision story of Pacifica. Next slide, please. So as the council is aware, every year we do a 10-year financial forecast. And in April 2021, we presented the last one that showed a structural financial deficit in the next 4 years. And what you'll see tonight in the refined forecast and updated forecast is that we are balancing this year's budget based on the American Rescue Plan Act funding. And we're projected to continue to balance budget by utilization of that funding next year. And so you'll see how that, when that source of money for economic recovery, et cetera, COVID response goes away, we are really left with a structural deficit. So we'll go over in detail that 10-year forecast, the updated projections. And then as I mentioned, here's a list of various types of tax measures the council could discuss and consider and provide further direction to staff. Restructuring the utility user tax to be on par with the region, adding a local options sales tax, which is called a transaction and use tax, restructuring the business license tax to be on par with the region and more equitable amongst businesses, increased transient occupancy tax, or TOT, hotel tax to be on par with the region, or other options council members may wish to discuss. Next slide. So again, just rehashing what the purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive council direction on revenue options for further assessment, because what we need to do in timing-wise is proceed, if we do have direction to proceed to evaluate further, proceed with an RFP to bring in ballot measure analysis and communication services. And that would lead then to a council review and action about a detailed revenue option, probably in the April timeframe. And then if there's movement to actually do a measure on the November ballot, then we would need to bring back in the May or June timeframe the proposed ballot measure that would be for November. And we'll talk more about all of that as Mr. Mora gets into it. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Carter.
Thank you very much. And we can go to the next slide. So as the city manager mentioned in his remarks, we are presenting a 10-year financial forecast today. And unfortunately, this forecast is presenting significant structural deficit in the upcoming budget. Yet I want to point out that this is not a new problem. City Council may remember that during the budget preparation of the current fiscal year budget, we reported a structural deficit at the base budget level, and it was reported at nearly $2 million. And all the City Council worked with staff to develop the structurally balanced budget, which we usually do during the budget process. It was partially balanced by the use of ARPA funds, as again, Kevin pointed out in his remarks. And we are anticipating another tranche in the upcoming budget. And again, ARPA funds considered to be one time, and they cannot really address the future structural deficit in the upcoming years. And also, as listed on the slide, it's very important to note that this deficit that we're reporting today only reflects the current level of services. So in other words, it does not include any service enhancements or operational improvements like new programs, new services, systems, or equipment. It does not address staffing capacity or retention efforts like addressing turnover, workload issues, any additional staffing needs, or even bringing employee compensation to market. And also very important, it does not include any continuing and needed investments in capital infrastructure. Next slide. The financial forecast assumptions are described in attachment A to your staff reports. So I'm happy to answer any questions about it after the presentation. But I want to briefly go over just a few of them here. So as you can see, this slide is touching based on the revenue assumptions. And you can see that revenue assume a very modest increase across all tax revenue categories. And this is based on historical trends. And we also accounting for post-COVID recovery. We increased cannabis tax revenues to account for 2 new businesses. We also included vehicle license fee, VLF reimbursement from the state, as we anticipate to receive. And again, as mentioned before, we expect receiving the second tranche of ARPA funds, which is about $5 million. It's a significant revenue category for the upcoming budget. Next slide. General fund expenditures are projected to grow on average 3.1% per year. And again, this is all at the current level of services. So no discretionary service enhancements are included in these assumptions. We increased salary benefit projections by all known MOU increases as we know them today. We also included new CalPERS unfunded liability obligations that also project to spike in the next fiscal year. We removed all limited term positions and any other one-time expenses paid by ARPA. We also updated debt service schedule to include all the obligations for the upcoming 10 years and included the portion of the Civic Center Innovation Project financing. And the last bullet here is really important because this forecast does not assume any ongoing general fund contribution towards the capital improvement program. And yet we all know that some allocation will likely to be required every year because, well, based on council strategic priorities and discretion. Next slide. And the next few slides will help provide a visual illustration of the magnitude of this financial challenge. You can see here a spike in revenues, which is a blue line on the slide that is projected for the next year. Again, this is due to the second tranche of ARPA funds and VLF reimbursement. But as I mentioned earlier, you can also see the gap between the general fund expenditures and the revenues. And you can see that expenditures, which is red line on the slide, outpace revenues over the next 10 years. And as a result of this gap, we can go to the next slide. You can see what it does to our well, you can see that this general fund structural deficit will increase over the years as well. And again, on this slide, you can see we are projecting to have some surplus for the upcoming year, again, based on the ARPA funds primarily. But starting with fiscal year 23-24, which is just 1 year from now, when ARPA money spending will be completed, the city will experience a shortfall to maintain the current level of services. And you can see this blue line is going deeper and deeper below zero. The shortfall is projected to be about 900,000 for fiscal year 23-24, growing over 1 million in the following year and reaching 2.1 million by fiscal year 29-23, as you can see in the chart on the right side of the slide. And interestingly enough, if you match this with the election schedule, you can see that this deficit occurred after the 2022 election, but before the following election in 2024. And that creates the urgency and the timing of this discussion. Next slide. And this slide shows how the budget deficit impacts the general fund reserves in the upcoming years. If the structural deficit remains unaddressed, you can see that city unassigned general fund reserves will continue to shrink and eventually fall below the Government Finance Officer Association, known as GFOA, recommendation for government entities of having no less than 2 months of regular general fund operating expenditures, which is the red line right here on the slide. Well, it's not a secret to anyone that maintaining sufficient resources is necessary for our fiscal and operational sustainability, and it becomes especially critical in the current uncertain economic situation. And again, the red line represents just the minimum recommendation for undesignated fund balance. Of course, it's a policy decision of the council where we want to be in terms of our reserves. But the prospect of falling below this minimum threshold presents a significant challenge to maintaining the city's operations. And certainly it's not sustainable long term. With that, City Council may want to consider some long-term strategies to address future budget challenges. And these options are presented in the next section of the presentation. And I would like to turn to Brian Mora, our Senior Advisor with RGS, to go over available revenue options.
Thank you, Yulia, and good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Next slide, please. This is a quick summary of some of the actions that the City of Pacifica has taken over the years to address budget deficits. As the city manager and your fiscal sustainability officer had noted earlier, the city has worked to reduce expenditures to try to live within your means. Positions have been cut and salaries have been kept below market in an attempt to stay balanced. And the organization and service capacity has been challenged to meet the expectations of your residents. In your Vision 2025 program, as the city manager noted, your economic development program is starting to ramp up now with tonight's hiring of a marketing services firm, which will help both the downtown merchants and your hotels in terms of adding some capacity and visits. Also, there's been work to update development impact fees, which help you with your infrastructure needs, although in most cases, those are restricted monies and cannot be used towards your ongoing operations, and updating users' fees, which can in fact help you in your general fund challenges. But as noted in Ms. Carter's 10-year projection, even with all of these measures and steps that you're taking, Pacifica is facing a deficit starting in fiscal year 23-24, which, as she notes, is just over 1 year away. And I think that's a good reason for the council and for the manager and your executive team to begin your Visioning 2025 work now, ahead of when you hit the wall in terms of your fiscal situation. And so revenue enhancements are going to be needed, one, to maintain your current service level. And then secondarily, if down the road, you're probably going to want to look at things like enhancing your organizational capacity and retention, and even infrastructure, which is going to require going even further than the numbers you're seeing tonight. Next slide. So in December, you'll recall that the city manager put out a number of revenue options that he discussed with you. And one of the things he talked about was benchmarking and looking at what other cities in San Mateo County were doing, and also taking revenues that the city of Pacifica has had for many years and updating them. And so that's been the focus of what we've done. This list of potential revenue options is by no means the sum extent of all revenue options that Pacifica has, but rather it's an attempt to look at what revenues you have and what would happen if you updated them and brought them to levels that are seen in other communities in San Mateo County. Next slide. So we'll start with the utility users tax. Pacifica is one of 7 cities in San Mateo County that has a utility users tax. Today, it is 6.5% charged on electricity and gas, but not on other utilities. And it generates $1.7 million in fiscal year 19 and 20. We're showing here 2 scenarios that the city council and the voters could consider. One is to keep the UUT rate at 6.5%, but to have it apply to other utilities more than just gas and electric. And the other scenario, which is frankly a very common thing that's happening both in other cities in San Mateo County who have more recent utility user tax ordinances and throughout the state, is to lower your rate, but to broaden the base. And if you do that, you could bring in an additional $2 million per year into your operating budget. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see a comparison of the other cities in San Mateo County that have utility user taxes. And there's a couple things to notice here. First, it kind of jumps off the screen at you. The other cities have more recently updated their ordinances, and their utility user taxes cover most other utilities, which would include things like traditional phone service, cellular, cable TV, and in some cases, water. And you'll also see that all of them have lowered their rates so that now Pacifica is at the highest percentage rate. And this is information from California City Finance, the League of California Cities, and uutinfo.org. So again, an interesting comparison and something to consider as you look at this particular revenue option. Next slide. Next, we'll talk about the so-called local sales tax add-on, also known as a local transaction and use tax. The city of Pacifica, like every city in California, receives 1% of sales tax. It's known as the so-called Bradley-Burns tax, and it's based on where sales are made. And that generated $2.6 million in fiscal year 2019-20. But there's another type of sales tax, which is technically called a transaction and use tax. And unlike the basic 1%, where the sales tax is allocated based on where the sale is made, in a transaction and use tax, it's actually allocated to where the taxed product is received. A classic example would be when someone buys a car. Let's say it's a Pacifica resident, they buy the car in Colma or Daly City, the half cent or the quarter cent, if you were to impose such a tax for that purchase, actually would go to Pacifica rather than to the city where the car dealership was located. And this particular revenue source is one of the fastest growing revenue sources around the state for cities. It started out, in the late 90s, and it has grown so quickly that now almost 25% of all cities in California, 100 of the 482 cities, now have a local transaction and use tax with rates up to 1% on top of the existing sales tax. In San Mateo County, 7 cities charge a local sales tax add-on. 4 of the taxes were adopted in perpetuity, and 3 that have sunset dates. The sunset dates are pretty far out. They're anywhere from 30 to 38 years out. And in this category, Pacifica could raise $2.4 million per year if it was a 1/2 cent local tax, and $1.2 million a year if it was a 1/4 cent tax. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that that's the common practice among the cities that have these local add-on sales taxes. So you see in Belmont, East Palo Alto, Redwood City, San Bruno, and South City, they all have 1/2 cent add-ons. And you see that all of those were adopted anywhere from 2016 to 2020, pretty recently. And then in the case of Burlingame and San Mateo, they have a 1/4 cent add-on. But what's interesting here is the city of San Mateo is currently discussing bumping theirs up from 1/4 to 1/2 cent on the November 22 ballot. Next slide. Then we turn to the business license tax in Pacifica. It is required for all businesses operating in the city. The city has about 2,100 licensed businesses currently. It brings in over or almost $440,000 a year. And this type of tax is very, very common in California cities. Anywhere from 450 to 482 cities in California have a business license tax. The theory here is that businesses should pay an annual tax for the operation of city services. We work with HDL on the Pacifica business license tax ordinance. It has not been updated as recently as most of the others in the county. And they have a couple recommendations. One is to simplify the ordinance, reduce the number of categories from 7 to 4, update the ordinance language, increase the minimum tax to $100 a year, and then to have a tax rate of 0.002 for all categories except for service and professionals, which would be at a rate of 0.003. And that would bring in an additional $500,000 a year in general fund revenue. Next slide. And here's a comparison of business license tax revenues in the county. This is from HDL companies. So this is a group of cities that they managed business license tax for, and obviously Pacifica is one of those. And you'll notice that in terms of the amount of revenue generated, that Pacifica is towards the bottom here. You're at 442. Most of the other cities are anywhere from 900,000 to 2.2 million. And you'll also notice that on this particular selection of cities, the Pacifica ordinance and the rates are by far the oldest. They were adopted in 1984, whereas the Belmont ones were in 1993, and then the others were in year 2003 and subsequent. Next slide. Then we turn to the transient occupancy tax, also known as the hotel tax. This is charged a percentage of the room rate to renters of hotel rooms, and the tax is paid by the person who rents the room, not the hotel. Pacifica's rate of 12% generates $1.7 million per year. This tax is charged in 430 of the 482 cities in California. Interestingly, 15 of the 20 cities in San Mateo County charge TOT. The other 5 cities don't have hotels, so they do not charge it. So every city in San Mateo County as a hotel has this tax. And in fact, one city, Colma, which does not have hotels yet, even they have a TOT. The trend in recent years has been to increase the TOT from 12% to 14% in most cases. However, there are 2 cities in the area, namely Half Moon Bay, which has increased their TOT to 15%, and Palo Alto, which has increased its TOT from 12 to 15.5%. And so we looked at 2 scenarios here. One is going from 12 to 14%, which seems to be the prevailing trend in this county and the Bay Area, which would bring in an additional $280,000 in revenue to Pacifica. And the other would be to go to 15% to match the Half Moon Bay and Palo Alto rates, and that would bring in an additional $350,000. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see the rates in San Mateo County cities, and you'll notice everyone's somewhere between 12 to 15%. In the case of Half Moon Bay, East Palo Alto, and San Carlos, they have stepped up their rates gradually so that East Palo Alto and San Carlos will hit 14% next January 1st, and Half Moon Bay will move from 14 to 15% on July 1st of this year, this summer. Next slide. This is a comparison of 3 cities that have had a discussion about putting revenue measures on the November 22 ballot prior to your discussion. And what we've done here is we've shown all the taxes that they considered, and in the ones in bold are the ones that the councils in those 3 cities have asked the staff to do further research on. So in Belmont, they are pursuing what's called a Community Facilities District Special Tax, or a CFD. This is applied to new residential construction only in this case, although CFDs can be broader than that. But in Belmont's case, they are looking at a deficit in terms of potential development versus their ability to support it. In Burlingame, they're looking at 3 revenues. One is to take their business license tax rates and to update the ordinance and to convert to a gross receipt system, which is the system Pacifica has today. They're also looking at a cannabis tax, and they're looking at a special tax to fund some of their infrastructure projects, which could be similar to the Belmont CFD, or it also could be something like a GO bond. And then in San Mateo, they are also looking at three measures. They're looking at increasing their sales tax from a quarter to 50 cents, as we talked about earlier. They're also looking at a property transfer tax increase, and this is something that they can do because they're a charter city. This is not a tax that is available to Pacifica because you are a general law city. And then the third thing that San Mateo is looking at is they're looking at a program that was originated in the city of San Carlos and later also implemented in Belmont, where they lease city property along Highway 101, and they lease it for lighted billboard signs, and they get a percentage of the ad revenue. And in the case of San Carlos, this is adding $200,000 to $300,000 per year in general fund revenues. So those are some of the other revenue measures that are being looked at in some of your neighboring cities. Next slide. A quick mention about general taxes and special taxes. This has come up in your visioning process before. As a reminder, general taxes require a majority approval by voters at a general election. Your next general election would be in November of 2022. Special taxes require a 2/3 vote, and these are taxes that are used to earmark revenue for a restricted or specified purpose, including parcel taxes. Next slide. So some other considerations to think about is, again, as the city manager, Ms. Carter, indicated, that even though the focus of tonight's analysis and options are to try to find revenues to continue your current level of services, you may want to, at some point, look at additional revenues beyond that to restore prior year cuts or add services. And you may also want to find revenues to address some of your capital projects and infrastructure needs, which could include things like street improvements, new libraries, beach boulevard, infrastructure resiliency, field improvements in collaboration with the school district. There are other revenue options that we didn't really touch upon, including general obligation bonds, which are typically funded by parcel taxes, and other revenue options that the council may be interested in pursuing. But again, as we note, given the significant size of the financial shortfall to maintain current service level, we've really, for tonight, just focused on that. Next slide. So just a quick look at next steps. Next slide. And this is just a highlight of what we're asking you to tonight, is to have the council discuss the report and the options, to take public testimony, and then to provide some direction on revenue options that you might like, further analysis and assessment, and also council direction on whether you are supportive of proceeding with some contract help to help with outreach, ballot analysis, and communication services. And then, as was discussed earlier, if the council, once receiving this more detailed revenue information in April, is interested in placing one or more of these items on the ballot, there would need to be proposed ordinances and ballot measures developed with the assistance of your city attorney. And then the items would typically come back to the council in May or June in time to send it to the county register of voters and place it on the November 22 ballot. Next slide. So with that, we turn it back to the mayor and the council for your discussion and direction.
Thank you very much, everyone, for that. And bring it back to council for questions. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I have two questions at this point. In reference to our projected budget for 21-22 and the fact that were it not for ARPA money, it was already in deficit. If I'm remembering, part of our challenge at that time was the uncertainty around vehicle license fees, and therefore we didn't include them in the base budget. If I'm not mistaken, and I might be, that issue has been resolved or is substantially resolved? Or could someone on staff please give me an update on that? That's my first question. And then my other question has to do with the special tax that Belmont is doing. And I mean, just in general, if I understood the presentation, Mr. Mora, it's Belmont's concern is that they're applying this tax to new residential development only, new residential development, because of their ability to service the new development exceeds the cost or exceeds the revenue they would generate by that development. Is that correct? So they need to have this tax to even that out.
I think I'll refer to Yulia and to Kevin first to talk about the VLF, and then I'll be happy to answer the Belmont question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start on the VLF. The VLF in lieu, vehicle license fee in lieu, has two parts to it. The first is that we had just over a $2 million shortfall that the state is due to cover. And there is language in the governor's budget bill to do that for this next year for us and all the cities in San Mateo County. The other part to this issue is looking for a permanent solution to the vehicle license fee in lieu shortfall issue. And that's continuing to be worked on. The most recent language we saw was not going to solve that problem for us, and so we have to work more on that. But we should be, if the current budget trailer designation happens, we should be funded that shortfall for this year.
Okay.
But that funding won't come in until next fiscal year.
Okay. Taking Councilmember Beckmeyer's second part of the question about Belmont and the Community Facilities District, you are correct, Councilmember. What Belmont has done is they've looked at potential development in the city over the next couple of years. They've done a study with a company called NBS, which does work on revenue studies, fee studies, and things like community facility districts. What Belmont study says is that when they get business development, projected business development, the revenue from those businesses will more than cover their costs of serving those businesses. However, the cost of providing services to the residential development they're anticipating will create a deficit that they project over the next several years of up to $2 million a year. So what they are proposing is to create a community facilities district known as a CFD or a Mello-Roos. And essentially what would happen is initially the properties in this district would be new development, new residential development only. Again, because of the phenomena that you described, that it doesn't cover its costs, whereas businesses do. They've also designed the district, and this is again pretty common, to allow for annexations or expansions of the district in the future to cover other parts of the city and other types of development. One of the interesting things, by the way, of these special taxes, these CFDs, is when they were first allowed under California law, they were primarily done in Southern California, and they were primarily done to create infrastructure for new development. They would fund things like sidewalks and traffic lights and sewer and water and that sort of thing, one-time capital. Over the years, cities have been using them now for things like maintaining and replacing those infrastructure improvements. And in some cases, if the residential or whatever, in some cases it could be commercial, but in Belmont's case it's residential, new development also results in increased operating budget costs. There are certain categories under the state law that also can be covered. So for example, the state law allows you to cover things like police and fire, and under certain circumstances, even library and park and rec services under a CFD, but not other city services. So it's somewhat restricted. And so Belmont is also exploring those options, both, again, putting in infrastructure, maintaining infrastructure and replacing it over time, and also providing a higher level of operating services initially in these. They've identified a handful of areas where there'd be new development, and also leaving their options open to further expand the district as additional development may come online. So again, it's a tool that started out as infrastructure only, but it's been used a lot in Southern California. We're seeing it a lot more in the Bay Area now. I know Stockton has done this. I know San Francisco has done this, and some others. So it's an interesting tool. And again, if it's something that's of interest to the council, it could be explored for Pacifica.
Councilmember O'Neill.
So a CFD, what is the difference between that and a Mello-Roos district?
They are one and the same.
So we have the same horse, we're just changing the spots on the zebra or whatever, right?
Yes, Councilmember O'Neill, the law that implements this type of special tax is called the Mello-Roos Community Facilities Act of, I think it's 1983 or something like that. But the more common term these days is Community Facilities District, or CFD. But they are, in fact, as you suggest, the same thing, yes.
But since that's an assessment on the property owners and paid through their property tax bill, isn't that going to require a vote of the people? And what would be the difference between that and forming an assessment district?
There's a couple differences between a facilities district and assessment district. You're right in that they are similar. And one of the things that happens is if you set up a CFD in an area where it's commercial property rather than residential, it requires a 2/3 approval of the commercial property owners, doesn't require a vote of the people. If it's residential, then it can trigger a vote of the registered voters. But the other thing that the community facility district has in its favor, if you want to call it that, is that unlike a assessment district, which has requirements for an engineer's report and for determining special benefits and general benefits and things like that, the community facilities district formulas and funding is much more flexible. And one of the things that's attractive to some cities in using a CFD is that when you use an assessment district and you determine, for example, general benefit, which in other words are things that if you put in improvements like landscaping or sidewalks, it's deemed to be beneficial to everyone who lives in the community, the city itself has to pay for those. Whereas in a CFD, if you put in improvements, the entire cost of the improvements can be borne by the property owners, and a city contribution may not be required at all. And that's one of the reasons these days that we see more and more cities using this community facilities district tool than an assessment district. But again, a lot depends on the infrastructure needed and the type of project. Both financing tools are used, but again, we see more and more people using these Mello-Roos CFDs. And again, that's the path that Belmont is looking at. And again, it wouldn't surprise me if when Burlingame does more research on their special tax for infrastructure, they might go down the same path.
So we would probably need to look at a CFD possibly for like the quarry, correct?
That is a great example, Councilmember O'Neill. When you have a piece of land that's currently undeveloped, you could do that. The other tool that you might use for something like the quarry is also the so-called EIFD, the Enhanced Infrastructure District, which works sort of like redevelopment used to, in that you initially set up the district, you borrow money to put in the improvements, and then the growth of the property tax over time repays the debt and also funds other improvements in that area. And actually, in some cases, some cities use those two tools together, because in a CFD, you can raise the money in the early years of a project, whereas in an enhanced infrastructure district, an EIFD, it takes a while for the tax increment or the increase in value to start generating some money. And if you want to put in the infrastructures in years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you won't have it yet if you're using the EIFD tool. So in some cases, they use the expression stacking them. They do both of them together. And that's yet another option that the city would have for something like the quarry.
So if we were to, since we have 1,900 units we have to hit with RENA, and let's say we have some land now that's 1-story commercial, let's say Linamar Shopping Center, and we rezoned the airspace above for residential, could you do a CFD for residential above the existing development?
You could certainly work with the property owner in that scenario, and you could set up a CFD, yes.
Because you're basically subdividing the airspace above the property, correct? By doing a condo or townhouse or apartment, whatever, and you zone that airspace for the housing, and you could do a CFD then to pay for this infrastructure for that increased use.
That's correct, Councilmember O'Neill. And also you could do the same thing for a commercial development if somebody was, say, redeveloping a shopping center or any other commercial. It's not limited to residential. It's just in the case of Belmont, they've decided to do theirs that way, but there's no requirement in the law to do it that way if Pacifica wanted to move forward with something like that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think we might consider extending our meeting another till 12:30. I think we'll need that much time.
Did we want to, I make a motion that we extend the meeting to 12:30.
Have a vote, please.
Okay, move to extend meeting till 12:30 by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
And Mayor Beer.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-0.
Mayor Beer, could we maybe get public comments so that we can be free and chatting?
Yes, please. Let's go to public comment.
I have one hand raised by Dan. Dan, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. I would suggest that if you truly want a transparent process with robust public input, you schedule the rest of this meeting for some time other than 12 p.m. In the interest of that robust public input, I'd like to have the council members ask Mr. Mora for his advice on the impact of, number one, raising the top tax immediately to 20%, and number two, immediately ending the $4 to $6 million new Civic Center project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. No more hands are raised at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Can close public comment and bring it back to council.
May I speak? As was stated at the outset by the city manager, where did he say? Rarely is the conversation about any revenue measures to be put before voters a pleasant conversation. Rarely is a discussion about placing a revenue measure before the voters a positive discussion. Never is it a positive discussion, and it's certainly not in this town. I think however long you may have lived here or been engaged, whether you've been sitting in the audience in the first row for 10 years or not, you know the history of the voters' appetite for revenue measures. I certainly recall the voters' appetite for a revenue measure for the library project. So having this conversation is, difficult enough, especially with that shroud of recent measures and the outcome. However, we have to have this conversation. It's not because we asked for it, and we certainly didn't want it to be scheduled at midnight. It just worked out that way. And sometimes that happens. As I think the city manager said, this is beginning. We're at the beginning stage of this, and we have to explore all options. I'm concerned about the timing. And so I do want to really have a thorough and robust and transparent process, because the truth of the matter is, this is like many issues that many former councils have deferred on. A few tried a sales tax measure, another tried a UUT, failed. And I've already heard from some in the community that they are revving up their mimeograph machine to get ready should we choose to pass such a measure. But we're not doing that tonight. We're having a conversation so that we can look at all of the options. And we've heard some things tonight that I hadn't even realized were options for us. So it's the beginning. I do have one question really quick, Mr. Mora. With Melrose, is it the case that you have the ability to exempt certain demographics from the measure, whether by age or income level, et cetera?
I know that you can certainly exempt certain types of property, but again, I'd probably either defer to your city attorney, or perhaps we would do additional research on whether you could exempt by income levels or age.
Okay, that's the question, the outstanding question I have. We'll just add that to the, what, parking lot or something? What do we say, Mary?
Yeah,
Put that in the sandbox.
We can look into that, Councilmember Beckmeyer. There are some restrictions on that, but we can look further into that.
Thank you.
Did anybody else have anything? I can talk.
I'll just say one thing. Mr. Mora, do you see any TOT tax raised above 15%?
I have not yet. I think that the 15.5% in Palo Alto is the highest one in the Bay Area. I believe, I could go back and look, I believe there might be one that's at 16 in Southern California, if I remember correctly. But again, we can get you that information. But I haven't seen anything significantly above that.
Okay. Councilmember Vados.
I of course like the TOT tax because it's borne by the people who are staying in the rooms. I've never called anywhere on a vacation and said, hey, what's your TOT tax there, to determine whether I was going to stay there or somewhere else. So I think TOT, I'd say at 15, sounds good to me. Some of the other, I mean, there's so many options to go through that it is a lot of things. But that would be my first choice for one item. That's it.
Mike, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just looking at, was just plugging in and doing some searching, and I saw that the San Mateo County's current sales tax is 9.625, and the highest in the state is in Hayward and San Leandro, and it's over 10.75. And I don't know if that would be a detriment to some. We don't have any big ticket retailers here. You know, I would be concerned about that, you know, making our smaller merchants more uncompetitive because you're taxing on 10%, you know, 10% more onto the tax bill. I would also like the transit occupancy tax, but I like the when we were all up at the League of Cities conference, the city of Sacramento called it the city infrastructure tax. And I think, it would be good if we did that to support tree maintenance and also the sports fields for the kids, because then our sports field teams would be able to have tournaments, which would increase our transit occupancy tax because the teams would be staying in Pacifica for the sports teams. And there's actually a lady, I haven't been in touch with her, but she's actually working on trying to bring sports to San Mateo County. She thinks that's an underutilized youth sports to it. I mean, when Oceana has a swim meet, you cannot find parking up there, and every hotel room is booked. So I would push for transit occupancy, city infrastructure tax with a provision for some tree maintenance and youth sports in combination with the school district, because the school district's fields are the majority of sports fields in town. In terms of modernization of the utility users tax, been there, done that, we lost, so move on.
What about sales tax? Does that have to go to the vote? Does that have to go to the vote?
Yes, that has to go to the vote,
Yeah.
yes.
Has that ever been tried before in Pacifica? It has.
I prefer sales tax too, because again, it's spread around the people who are using it instead of, I mean, a lot of the taxes of Mello-Roos is based only on homeowners, and then they have to pass it on to the renters, which are, the rents are very high already.
But sales tax is the most regressive forms of tax, because those that can afford to order it or go over the hill or whatever to buy it will do that. And you're going to be then putting even at 0.25%, our sales tax would be over 10% here in Pacifica.
If I'm not mistaken, sales tax was the last one tried. And if I'm not mistaken, it was a resounding failure.
The last one tried was the modernization of the utility users tax, of lowering it down to 5% and spreading it out over cable TV, cell phone, etc.
That didn't work.
No. Now we could look and see we do have a maximum in our utility users tax of $500 a year. I don't know how many businesses would actually be paying more than $500, but I imagine Safeway's electric bill is more than $500. The utility users tax would be more than $500 Safeway. The issue with that is you go to more, it's kind of like the gas tax. You go more towards solar power or whatever, you're losing that utility users tax, just like cars go electric or increase their gas mileage, you use gas tax revenue.
If we want to incentivize them going solar, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, I'm just saying, there's unintended consequences with everything. Yeah.
A couple of points I'd like to throw out there for consideration. One is that, and Mr. Moore covered a slide on this, the difference between the special tax and the general tax. So if you're designating a use for the tax, then it's a 2/3 majority, supermajority vote, or not supermajority, 2/3. But if it's a general tax, it's a majority, 50% vote. That's one difference. The other is that, I mean, again, the discomfort about the conversation is that every community has had many tax measures attempted and failed, but that doesn't prevent them from trying out of necessity to do that again. And voter populations change over the years. And the tax evaluation process includes researching all that and surveying, polling about what would be feasible. So I guess what I would suggest is, rather than think of the measures based on what happened in the past, is to think of them about what could be the possibility in the future, so that we can do the research and exploration about whether that's feasible or not, to see if things have changed. Just a perspective on looking at it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I appreciate where Pacifica politics on this issue historically falls. And that being said, I'm also very curious what the urgency of our current predicament might bear. And therefore, it doesn't strike me as a bad idea to begin that investigation to see if we are likely to fall into the historical trap we usually do, or if perhaps it will be well taken by our community that there is a greater urgency now than perhaps historically we have seen.
Right, and to that point, I think part of the financial analysis that we've done and the budget struggles that I've worked with over the last 4 years, based on that information, my professional judgment is that the can has been kicked down the road as far as it can be kicked down the road. And so the option in coming years is going to be more and more dramatic expenditure containment by cutting programs and services to balance our annual budget. But we're working on every strategy possible, right? So that's why it's important we're talking about non-tax strategies, economic development, and pursuing grant funding left and right, OES funding for capital projects, et cetera. Do everything we can, but looking at an operational deficit of between $1 and $2 million 1 year from now is a daunting vision, just to maintain our current struggling level of services. So that's why we're having this conversation.
Can we talk about the VLF thing again for a second? So we're going to get this year's VLF, but we're not going to get it until next year. Is that what I heard?
Correct. Yeah.
And we anticipate that's at what rate? 1 point?
That should refund the shortfall for this current year, which is $2 million.
2 million.
2.1 million, maybe?
2.1.
Yeah.
So to be received in 2022, 23. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and so that shortfall backfill, call it, will be critical to attempting to balance the budget for next year, in addition to the ARPA funding that we have and the other innovative programs that we're trying to use ARPA funding for as well.
You see, the problem is the city has become addicted to one-time monies. ERAF can disappear with the stroke of the pen. I mean, and do the math. What is there? Five counties in the state get that money. If this 4?
I think it's 4. Yeah.
4 counties get that money. 54 counties do not. So it would be very easy for a governor to balance his budget by taking that. Okay. And then you get the VLF has been a constant thing that has been raised every year by the state. And we just continue to just go from one-time expenditure, ARPA funds are now the drug of choice this year to get us balanced. Okay, so eventually at some point it's going to stop, and at that, but every time we've had a tax measure fail in Pacifica, the average person has never seen any repercussions because of that failing. We've cut staff, we don't fill positions. There's two cops on duty at the midnight shift, and stuff. And there's nothing in the average person. We've just kept covering it with Band-Aids is what's happened. So.
Yeah, and while we work really hard to keep that operational stuff invisible to the public, it's not as invisible as it used to see. And to my eyes, it's not sustainable at all to continue that way. The organization's going to implode under that pressure.
Member Vadalas?
I was on the Financing City Services Committee years and years and years ago. And one of the things that we cut every little detail. We went over paper. We went over every detail of every department and cut what we could. My issue is that we're always in the same boat. We're always barely making it. If there was some way where we could just make enough money so that we weren't always just scratching the surface and trying to get by, that would be the best solution of any of it. So we weren't always struggling, so that, we could provide the services that people want. But I've heard people get up at council and say, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to clean the streets. But I'd never pay another cent in tax here. And I heard a person say that in one sentence, which is discouraging, because people want things. They want us to have additional staff, but they don't want to pay for it. So I don't know how we just need to convince people that it's important to pay this for the city and for their enjoyment of the city. That's it.
And Councilmember Vadalas, the point you just made is really what the spine of the Vision 2025 study is to hear what is the vision for services 5 years from now. Is the vision for the city to be an entirely contract city with minimal services, or is it to have really robust, great services that are thriving? And what are those services? What kind of infrastructure projects? And then the financing strategies get built from what's necessary to achieve that vision. And unfortunately, some of those financial strategies require a vote of the people. And if the voters turn down measures, then the vision gets revised. But that's what this process is all about. So that's why this conversation is so difficult. You all have to talk and think about what the possibilities are.
Brian, would you mind muting? I think there's a little echo coming off of your. Thank you so much.
So I've heard a couple comments, just to try to kind of coalesce. I've heard a couple comments of openness regarding looking at TOT as a starting point.
I think we should look at sales tax.
Yeah, I think try sales tax. I mean,
one of the points about sales tax, Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a cap. So what happens with sales tax is that if we don't do the local add-on, but the county does a local add-on and it's not exempt from that cap calculation, you could lose out with your own bandwidth for your local add-on. So there's a time gain. Is that correct, Brian?
That's correct. And the other thing that, excuse me, that's interesting about Pacifica is one of the reasons that the revenue estimates are so high for Pacifica for your quarter-cent and half-cent add-ons is because so many of your residents shop in other communities. So you are actually going to benefit more from a half-cent or quarter-cent add-on than other cities would. But the city manager is exactly correct. There's a limit countywide to how much add-on you can do, and things like Measure A and other countywide taxes eat into that. So if you stand by and the county jumps ahead and eventually uses up all the cap space in the future, if you decide later on you want to do one of these, it may be too late.
I remember a meeting Kevin Mullen had where they passed legislation to raise the limit because of the county taxes, because of the managed lanes and and Measure A and K and all the alphabet. There's like so many of them that I think it would be interesting to know what is the county limit here.
Yeah, that Mike, that's what I referred to. It wasn't that it raised the limit, it's that tax doesn't count towards the limit. So it's sort of above the limit, I think is the way to think of it, right?
I don't know, 'cause like I read where Hayward is at 10.75 and we're at 9.625 here in Pacifica. So I don't know what the limit is, but I think that would be interesting to find out. Because a lot of those are special. 3% of the sales tax we pay is county sales special taxes for, highways or bus, Samtrans or whatever, Caltrain. A lot of which we don't get the service from. I mean, I've never ridden a train in Pacifica. I'm not old enough for Ocean Shore. Yeah, for the Ocean Shore.
County does a millionaire's tax, right? It's a millionaire's tax. The county does it. It's what funds the Mental Health Service Act. It's like a half-cent millionaire's tax. I don't know. It just came to my mind. I don't know.
I've never heard of that. So
no, they do. It funds the MHSA.
Okay. You're mayor. I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
I don't know how many millionaires we have. I don't know.
Do you have do you have the wisdom from your council, Kevin?
Well, I mean, so I'm hearing partial interest in exploring TOT and sales tax feasibility. But only from a couple of council members, I think. So I would
like to maybe propose, since basically you're asking us, do we want to authorize staff to do an RFP to do polling data to see what tax would fly? Then I don't think they charge per question. So if you hire the research people to ask utility users, transit occupancy tax, or sales tax to see which one would fly, I think that would help frame the discussion at a later date.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And we would move on that and be needing to come back to council in April timeframe.
I really don't think the time is right for this, I have to say. I think we're just coming out of the pandemic. I think it's just not good timing. And I don't know how we would stretch it another year, but it's not really a year, it's really 2 years, because some of these taxes, if not all of them, have to be on a ballot where city council members are being elected, correct? So you can't put it on
a primary.
Yeah, the only way that you can put one of these on is in some circumstances you can have a 4/5 vote of the council and declare a state of financial emergency, which is rarely done. So your challenge, I think, in terms of timing, and I think the city manager is exactly right, there's never a good time to have this discussion, is if you don't put one or more of the revenue measures on this November, you're going to hit your $900,000 deficit before you get to the next general election in November of 2024. And you're going to have about a year and a half where you're going to be in deficit without, revenue. So that's your challenge, I think. With the VLF and the ARPA money, the next budget you adopt this summer is probably going to be okay. But your problem is the following July 1, you're going to be in serious trouble. And if you haven't taken action this November, you're going to have to wait another year and a half to get to the next election. In the meantime, as the city manager suggests, probably looking at some pretty significant, cuts.
Well, I would suggest that before we go to poll, we actually have community conversation because, do you want to pay taxes? No. I know it sounds like I'm just being pessimistic, but I think I'm being realistic. And I think the idea of tabletop discussions and all of that need to happen before you put something on a ballot. I don't think you decide to put something on a ballot and then back into it. I think we need to work with the community to help people understand the scenario that we're facing.
Yeah.
Prior to going to a poll.
That's right. And the engagement component to Vision 2025 is really part of the scope of the economic opportunities study. And so there's tracks that are moving in parallel here out of time necessity. But through the economic opportunities study, there's, tabletop conversation about vision and opportunities and what does that look like? And then information about the financials as well. And updates, I can envision sessions where there would be update information about, feasibility of different types of measures, refined cost estimates and what it would look like. Yulia, if you want to.
It's 12:23 and I personally don't want to go past 12:30.
And Tiger has his hand up.
Yeah. Well.
I don't want to go past 12:30 either. So I'm going to have a pregnant pause for the next 5 minutes. Does TOT go to a vote of the people?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that aside, if the question is, hey, you're going to lose your police in a year, what kind of tax would you like to pay to be able to keep them? That might garner a slightly different response than merely, do you want to be taxed? So that's the only point I want to bring to it. And
And if I could just add one thing, I've been through I've heard these discussions from many councils. This is always a difficult discussion, and you all are working through this phenomenally, frankly. This is usually an hours-long discussion because it does have so many implications. But the one thing that I did want to point out that I have seen work successfully is Councilmember O'Neill referenced hiring a polling consultant. And what happens in that process is community engagement. There are surveys that go out. The whole purpose of that is to figure out if your community is ready for this measure. That's the point. The issue is you want to get that moving quickly so that you can start that engagement and have those questions that you all have answered. And that's what you use the polling consultant for. So I just,
And I think to paraphrase Michelle, I think you also get the main issues that are a concern to the public. Is it police? Is it fire? Is it open space? And
is it the roads?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Is it potholes? Is it right? Exactly. All those questions. There are many consultants who do this type of work, and it's a science for them. They're amazing, actually. But I should say I have also seen cities hire those consultants go through some polling and some surveying, and based on those results, have decided not to place something on the ballot. So just because the council is making steps, as the city manager indicated, this is step one. And you're not committed to any certain path. It's just giving the staff direction now to continue to move forward. And you can take it just one step at a time. So I'll stop talking.
And I think maybe we should have an ad hoc committee to work on the outreach. And we're going to need some kind of outreach. It's just, we don't have to talk about that tonight, but we're going to need to be a part of the outreach.
Right. Yeah.
Get out there and talk to people.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had earlier mentioned that option when we were talking about the economic opportunities study, is that the council may want to put together an ad hoc committee related to that outreach component.
All right.
So,
Hey, so we have enough.
Yeah. Do you have your direction, Kevin?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, what I heard that Councilmember O'Neill voiced was interest in just looking at feasibility of the three types of measures: UUT, sales tax, and TOT, as a starting point, and gather that information for a more informed conversation.
Okay.
Does that sound
good? Anyone else?
We did spend some time talking about community facilities district. I don't know if it's premature, because it strikes me that the nature of this conversation is to drive us toward November. And it seems like we're not prepared to talk about a community facilities district at this juncture. Is that correct?
Actually, since they're very similar, I would suggest that we throw assessment districts into the mix, and we come up with verbiage for the pollster to survey for that. Because I have talked to people in, let's say, Valamar, that are interested in an assessment district because of the many issues there with trees and undergrounding, condition of roads and stuff.
That's true. 2-minute warning.
I'll move to extend the meeting to 12:45.
Dies for lack of a second.
Night, everybody.
Nice.
So I think the deterioration of decisions goes bad after midnight.
I agree.
I've said my piece, so.
Yeah, so I mean, I've heard a lot of input. I think we have direction. I do agree that CFDs, maybe a little bit further out when we're looking, we had talked about EIFDs for West Shark Park, CFD for Quarry Site, Rockaway, but that's maybe more in alignment with evolution of those development areas. But for immediate terms, the three type of measures.
Will Bradley? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Would Bradley Burns be part of what we're going to hear back on it from the sales tax point of view?
I think if you do polling on the three items that the city manager indicated, namely the UUT, the TOT, and sales tax, yes, you'd hear about the add-on sales tax. And the way they do it, by the way, when you hire a pollster and an outreach firm, is they will typically do 3 different surveys. So they'll ask one group of people about the UUT, one group about the sales tax, and one about the TOT. I'm familiar with this because when I worked in San
Moore, I hate to interrupt, but the council either needs to move to extend or we are shut down. So
okay. I make a motion. I'll second Tiger's motion. Yeah, I'll second Tiger's motion.
Okay, we have a vote. 15 minutes, right? That was your
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick,
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
I think I heard a yes from Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Okay, Mr.
That
Morrow.
passes unanimously.
Okay, Mr. Morrow.
Just to finish up, so what will happen is the pollster will ask people of one of the three taxes. They don't literally ask each person about all three. The other thing I would mention too, and I think one of the council members touched upon this, was that in San Carlos, there was a brief discussion about UUT from the environmental community for exactly the reason that I believe one of you raised, which was from their perspective, it was an incentive for people to use less utilities. And I had never heard that point of view until we did the public outreach, but I thought it was a very interesting observation.
And I just wanted to get clarity from the council. I heard Councilmember O'Neill agree that, or suggest that there be some polling done and that the city manager engage under his authority a consultant. I just think we need confirmation from a majority of the council that that's the direction that you all want that you want the manager to take prior to your next discussion on these issues.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's 3.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it, Kevin? You got everything you need?
Yeah, I think, thank you all for the conversation. It's always a tough one.
Okay, good night, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. Bye.
It's over.
Bye. Thanks, Mr. Moore.